Before we get started on the nice program, a helpful reminder. From PBS back in 2016, they did an article, "Forget the white picket fence, the American dream is in the city." But before we can have this conversation, we first have to be able to define what is the American dream. He says that the dominant housing story of the last century was an exodus of those with means, that means you got the resources, who moved from cities to suburbs. Never forget, and this phenomena originally began as what they called white flight. As black people began to be able to finally move into the cities, you saw a reverse of white people fleeing the cities and building out the so-called suburbs. At the very least, they worked in the cities, but that was it. But they did not live there. So they decided that since federal law had changed, and it was no longer legal to practice economic apartheid and economic victimization blatantly, they picked up their resources. They said, we got another way of waging this economic race war, and we will pick up the resources and take them to the suburbs and impoverish the, quote, inner city. So never forget, that's where that comes from. But then he defines the American dream for all those who fled to the suburbs. So what he's really letting you know is that those who remained in the cities, primarily black people, you were left out of this part. The American dream consisted of a white picket fence around a private yard, 2.4 children in the home, and a nice car or two. What he leaves out there is, by the way, shopping, gifts, a yearly vacation, guaranteed retirement pension. So that part there is missing, but I just wanted to make sure that's been stated. So that's the definition of the American dream. It says, today the dream is changing. This is back in 2016, almost a decade ago. Nobody talks in such Pollyannish, unrealistic terms anymore. Now people talk about the American dream being dead, as Gen X has finally begun to be able to take over the media. The baby boomers are no longer able to perpetuate the lie that the American dream still exists, because if they admit that the American dream is dead, they have to admit that it died on their watch. They have to admit that they are the culprits who killed the American dream. So as long as your media still has baby boomers in it at the executive level or the ownership level, they're going to keep telling you the American dream is getting weaker or whatever. They're not going to say that it's dead, because if they say that it's dead, then they have to admit that they're the ones who are responsible for killing it. It's only those of us in Gen X, when you look on YouTube and the new media and whatnot, those are Gen Xers saying that it's dead. And now the millennials are not being misled about the situation they are actually in. Even though the baby boomers perpetually continue to lie, and they even blame you, they're blaming their own victims. Well, an article came out, an article that we're going to go over. There was an article that came out, and we're going to play something from News Nation, because they actually talked to the author of the article. This is an article that set off really a firestorm. It really has. And there's, I said it going on 2 decades ago. I said, if you're a man making $50,000 a year, you're struggling. Some folks wanted to argue with that. I don't argue with idiots. Okay. Believe whatever you want to believe. Math will be math. I then said that in most of your major cities, you got 6 figures is working class. Nobody said this before I did. I said this During the pandemic, I'd warned all of you, 6 figures is working class. You want to retire? Everybody was saying you need a few $100,000. I was the only person who said, no, the number is 2 million. Finally, the media caught up around 2018, 2019. When the pandemic hit in 2019, I said that number is no longer 2 million. The number is more like 5 million now. And what do you know? Susie Orman and some others pulling up the rear years after I said it. Doesn't it sound like the government doesn't want you all to know this? If I could figure out this math, how is it that the government and all these research institutions, they couldn't figure it out quicker than I did? Sounds like they just want you to sit still, because if they tell you that these numbers are racing up as far as they are, just like with the housing market, it's going to make you panic. It's going to set off the alarms everywhere, and they don't want those of you, especially those of you still a working age, they don't want the alarms setting off for you. So they keep understating it and diminishing it. Meanwhile, when you go out to go try to buy a car, buy a home, buy groceries, you're running into it every day while they're telling you, nope, it's not that bad. I mean, it's kind of rough, but it's not that bad. So there was an article that was written, and this man said that the poverty line is really somewhere around 140,000 when you look at it, not the 32,000 that the government says. And I want to play this piece from News Nation for you. They actually talked to the author of the article, and here are his insights.
This Thanksgiving, we're also making incredible strides to make America affordable again. The price of Thanksgiving turkey is down 33% from its Biden era highs. Potatoes are down 13%. Ham is down 15% compared to last Thanksgiving.
The reality is Americans won't be talking about the actual price of turkeys and potatoes this Thanksgiving, or even ham. They're going to be talking about how they feel about shopping and Christmas presents. And right now, people don't feel good about the economy. If most Americans feel like the middle class is gone, that's because it is. Here's the proof. In a new article, My Life is a Lie, How a Broken Benchmark Quietly Broke America, Michael Green, an investment manager, lays out how the income needed to feel comfortable in America is far more than anybody really thinks, but everybody realizes.
Now, let me go ahead and deal with that. When he says the income required to, quote, feel comfortable in America, that means that you do not feel economically pressed. You don't feel economically deficient. Well, when you get to that, well, that changes things. Please remember, for the baby boomers after World War II, they got all kinds of goodies in their 20s, people. That's the part I need you to understand. They got all their goodies front loaded in their 20s. They were able to buy a car in their 20s. Didn't have to take out a loan. Buy a house in their 20s. Start a family in their 20s. Vacations, disposable income, savings. They had all of that fully funded, 40-hour work week, everything Swayze, in their 20s without a degree. What? That's one more thing, by the way. And they didn't have to have a degree. So it was a whole lot easier for them to get established in their 20s. When you hear about your grandmama talking about she dropped out of high school, or your granddaddy dropped out of high school and, quote, went to work. Well, yeah, that's back when you actually could do that, which today you can't. It doesn't matter if you want to or not, you can't do it. So when we talk about comfortable, please understand comfortable is very much a goal that needs to be accomplished, because otherwise, if you're not comfortable, you are uncomfortable, i.e. struggling. Did you get that? If you are not comfortable is definitely the goal, because if you're not comfortable, by definition, you are struggling.
Childcare, $32,000 a year. Housing, $23,000. Food, $14,000. Transportation, almost $15,000. Healthcare, a huge one, more than $10,000. Other essentials, $21,000.
Look at those numbers. Childcare, 32,000. I mean, that's the so-called poverty, entire poverty income right there. Housing, 23,000. Food, 14,000. People, do you understand? That's whole parts of income. That's income for a whole yearly income for some folk. Transportation, think about half of that. When you put all that together, that's well over $100,000.
All of this requires a net income of $118,000 a year. The average for an American household is $83,000, 34% less. The poverty line in America, as defined by $32,000 a year, is less than a third of the income needed to survive comfortably. With us in just a minute, Lori Watkins, Democratic strategist, former Obama policy advisor, Republican strategist Analyst Keller. First, the man himself, Michael Green, chief strategist for Simplify Asset Management.
He's the guy who wrote the article that everybody's talking about.
Michael, what you wrote, we linked to it in War Notes, is one of the most important things I've read all year. What is the nerve that you think you struck here?
Well, I think the nerve that I struck is unfortunately what many people have been demanding, which is just for people to actually listen to their lived experience, what's going on in the households in America, why they're not having children, why they're not getting married, and why they're so frustrated with the housing market.
And that is what is...
Everybody knows why it is. It's insulting to say the what. Everyone knows what it is. At this point, the cause is a given. Folks want to try to pussyfoot around it and play around it to avoid saying what it actually is, because then you got to point to who it actually is, who did it, because this did not happen by accident. It happened deliberately. So I'm offended when folks are like, ooh, what caused that? We know exactly what it was.
And why they're so frustrated with the housing market.
And that is what is you laid out, and I thought one of the things that was so clear in this was how for many in the middle class, or what we would define in the middle of America, actually doing better financially makes you worse off.
Yeah, that is the real tragedy. The way that we define the poverty line in the United States is critical, largely because it helps to determine where benefits are distributed. What happens when you cross that $32,000 level as a family of four is they begin withdrawing benefits at the same time that you're making additional earnings. That effectively translates to tax rates that are greater than 100%. And as a result, a family that is transiting from that $40,000 level at which we all kind of agree that they're really in crisis to a $100,000 level at which they're told they're fantastically better off is really one in which their cash flow doesn't change very much. They're really not able to contribute to any form of retirement savings or any form of investments like home equity that would ultimately leave them in a much safer and better place in their lives. That's even before we begin addressing things like the cost of college, which as a family with two children, almost everybody is terrified by that prospect.
I'm going to get to the political side of this in a second with the ladies here, but the Democrats' answer to this always is more free stuff. Increasingly, it is the Republicans' answer as well. Is that the answer?
Absolutely not. And this is the...
Okay, but here's the problem. The free stuff got given away 60, 70 years ago. The free stuff isn't being given out now. You gave away the farm 60, 70 years ago. So right now, what needs to happen is redistribution of it, but it's not the, quote, free stuff. The federal government built housing in America after World War II, not the private sector. The private sector is going to try to charge as much as they can. The private sector is going to build as little as they can and try to charge as much as they can. So when you leave out that reality of the, quote, free stuff, These are guys who are going to tell you, oh, the government shouldn't get involved. Meanwhile, they're giving Elon Musk free stuff. No wonder he's the richest man in the world. They're giving everything to him. Larry Ellison giving everything to him. Jeff Bezos giving everything to them. General Motors Ford give everything to them. So if you're not that's to the tune of trillions of dollars. And yet when they talk about you, a 25-year-old, 35-year-old who wants to start a family, all of a sudden they tell you that you shouldn't get any free stuff. But meanwhile, they are distributing free stuff to the tunes of trillions of dollars to the baby boomers and the tech bros, while telling you that, oh, you just want free stuff. Why are they not having whole programs every night about the billions and trillions being given to those other folk? So just understand, the media and everyone else is aligned against you. Their goal is to tell you that it's your fault, and if you would make some changes, then everything would come together for you. So this is where me and Mr. Green part. Diagnosing the issue, but then telling you that the real thing is, we need to just get you to work a little bit harder here. And that's what I have a problem with.
I'm going to get to the political side of this in a second with the ladies.
By the way, then he turns around and says what the government needs to do. By the way, now he's going to say they don't want free stuff. Okay, you shouldn't want more free stuff. All right, but when he's asked what to do, listen to what he says, because he's going to go right back and say government and free stuff.
And better place in their lives. That's even before we begin addressing things like the cost of college, which as a family with 2 children, almost everybody is terrified by that prospect.
I'm going to get to the political side of this in a second with the ladies here, but the Democrats' answer to this always is more free stuff. Increasingly, it is the Republicans' answer as well. Is that the answer?
Absolutely not. And this is the really frustrating part. The answer to this is not to create another bureaucracy that tells people what they need. What we need to ultimately do here is remove the marginal benefit withdrawals, expand things like the earned income tax credit, and ultimately leave the individuals and the families themselves in the position to decide how they want to spend that money.
Okay, folks, did I just tell you, expand the earned income tax credit? Wait a minute, that's the free stuff. The earned income tax credit goes to people who don't pay income taxes. The earned income tax credit is a giveaway from the government to mostly single moms who don't earn enough money to even pay income taxes. That is the exact free stuff you were just referring to. He said, nope, the answer isn't free stuff. The answer is free stuff. So he told you that's not what it is, and then turned right around and named free stuff. So, folks, this is what they do, man. They'll identify the issue, but when it's time to talk about the solution, they'll tell you, oh, no, don't do that. But then the only thing that'll work is if we kind of do that. So having a truly honest conversation is a very difficult thing to have on these corporate outlets, because they'll tell you not to do that. We don't need to do exactly what they're about to tell you to do. There's the issue. I mean, he wrote the article, but when you finally pin him down, take a look at what he said. So there's that.
Another bureaucracy that tells people what they need. What we need to ultimately do here is remove the marginal benefit withdrawals, expand things like the earned income tax credit, and ultimately leave the individuals and the families themselves in the position to decide how they want to spend that money. As we do that, we get pricing information, we get information from free markets about how they're spending that money. That's incredibly valuable from an economic standpoint in helping us understand where there are shortages in the economy, where we need additional resources, and more than anything else, that's why you don't want the government to build another bureaucracy to address these problems, but you also don't want to pretend they're not there.
Mr. Green, if we had a podcast, I'd keep you on for the next hour and a half. Sadly, we don't, but thank you. And I think you have identified the crystal clear issue here.
I mean, yeah, but no, but yeah, but no. So I want you all to consider this for a moment. Okay, why can you not get housing? Well, if you can't be honest about what the real cause is, then you can't actually address it, and you sure as hell can't fix it. What happened to housing in America? After World War II, the World War II generation came back here. After that, you have a reorganization of the society to populate it. America, after Bretton Woods, is now the world's reserve currency. The population, the federal government oversees a massive housing boom. The private sector had no say in the matter. They couldn't rig the game the way they wanted to. The federal government actually saw to the people who came back from World War II and their children. Here's where it went off the rails. As a result of the World War II generation having so many children, when they came back from World War II, it was nothing for them to have 4 to 6 children, way beyond 2.4 kids. What happened to those 4 to 6 children? The 4 to 6 children were coddled, spoiled, living in the lap of luxury. And what they did was they had everything handed to them at the cheapest prices possible with a minimal amount of labor on their part. Did they look after future generations? Hell no. They only looked after themselves. And when you go to places like New York, Florida, California, the reason that you can't get more housing, listen people, the reason you can't get more housing is because of the banks and the local regulations. All the bastard baby boomers, i.e. civil rights generation also, the bastard baby boomers got theirs. Once they got theirs in every city, they forced the city councils and the zoning boards and the metropolitan planning commissions to not allow anybody else to build more housing. Their goal is A, to maintain their housing values, and B, keep separation between them and you. So they've carved out all these enclaves and all these luxury divisions for themselves. And then after they got what they wanted, they went to the local government, the county, the city, and said, okay, don't do anything for anybody else. Just let us keep what we got and freeze everybody else out. So this is when you start talking about zoning boards and planning boards and all these crazy things. Now, why is it Jason Black is saying this tonight, but your national media has not talked about that? Because people, when you turn on cable news, when you turn on the evening news, who is their audience? Oh yeah, the bastard baby boomers. All the old bastards who watch broadcast television and cable TV. That's their audience. And if they were going to be brutally honest, they would have a broadcast every single night. I mean, absolutely flaying the flesh off the backs of them. But you see, just like black women in the black church, the baby boomers would not want to tune in every night to hear about their funky asses. They would not want to do that. They didn't do it before. They don't want to do it now. So you see, the corporations are doing what is in the corporation's best interest for advertisers by refusing to tell the brutal truth. The old bastards came here. They got houses, all the white flight, all the subdivisions being built, and their goal became to, as if they were going to live forever, to make these permanent assets for themselves. As if they were going to live forever. And the only way they could do that was by restricting supply. Welcome to your private sector. The way in which the baby boomers contained all this is by restricting supply. So they went and said, okay, we built out this suburb. Next thing you know, the suburb becomes a town. Next thing you know, it's incorporated as a city. And then they say, oh, no. We need to limit the number of building permits that are given out.
Nigga, what?
I need you all to understand something. When you talk about pulling permits, the first thing they want to see is How many properties is this zoned for? Is this area zoned for single family? Is it zoned for multifamily? We don't have any of those. So when you start talking about wanting to build, you have to understand why they've limited how many you can build, because we wouldn't want the baby boomers, even if they got one foot in the grave and the other on the banana peel and an icy. Why we wouldn't want the baby boomers to mess up their little scheme and their little scam they got going. So we need to protect their assets at all costs, and the rest of you, oh well, you're just stuck with nothing. That's how you end up here. Now, why is it all these economists couldn't tell you what I just told you? Why is it they couldn't? Because you all know that makes perfect sense. It lines up with literally everything. You're on the outside looking in because after they got theirs, they immediately went to work and did something that did not exist before. They went to work and changed the laws to give themselves a monopoly on housing. As a result, they then have the schools get neglected, because once they finish having children, they see no reason to have the schools anymore. So then they went to work to not have to pay property taxes or any taxes to support the schools. Yeah, they wanted the schools that they grew up in and the schools they sent their children to. But as soon as they were done having kids, next thing you know, they wanted to eliminate the schools because, hey, I need to pay less in taxes. Because we see all the great, wonderful things they're doing with their income, by the way. You see all the great and wonderful things they're doing with their income. It's not accidental. And of course, who's sitting on your city councils and your council, county commissions and your state legislatures? The baby boomers or the ass kissers to the baby boomers looking to get raised up in politics. So recognize what really happened. If you want to talk about housing, we all know about income and corporate America. We all know about that. When you talk about housing, however, nobody wants to be honest with you about that. But if they were, then you'd see that differently. You got some jackass in your ear talking about respect your elders. I was the first person who told you all start asking yourselves, what do they do for you? And I'll tell you what they did for you. They looted the store. They looted the store. Now, about the article in question. The Valley of Death. Why $100,000 is the new poverty. Now, in reality here, this was taken from Mr. Green's Substack. He has a Substack where he wrote the article. He put up charts and things. And he went into detail about it. I'm not going to go into withering detail of it. I'm going to go to the part about a measurement of failure. Well, how a broken benchmark quietly broke America, which is the part that they were talking about. How a broken benchmark quietly broke America. And I do think that a lot of the observations are, for the most part, accurate, though some are not. But it's worth taking a look into. I'm not going to go over the whole thing. There's only certain parts I want to get into here. But if you want to know what folks were talking about, this was it. He says, I've spent my career distrusting the obvious. Markets, liquidity, factor models. None of these ever felt self-evident to me. Markets are mechanisms of price clearing. Mechanisms have parameters. Parameters distort outcomes. This is the lens through which I learn to see everything. Find the parameter, find the distortion, find the opportunity. But there was one number I had somehow never interrogated, one number that I simply accepted, the way a child accepts gravity. The poverty line. I don't know why. It seemed apolitical, an actuarial fact calculated by serious people in governmental offices. A line someone else drew decades ago that we used to define who is, quote, poor, who is, quote, middle class, and who deserves help. It was infrastructure, invisible, unquestioned, foundational. This week, while trying to understand why the American middle class feels poorer each year, despite healthy GDP growth and low unemployment, I came across a sentence buried in a research paper. Quote, the U.S. poverty line is calculated as 3 times the cost of a minimum food diet in 1963.
Nigga, what?
Adjusted for inflation.
Nigga, what?
I read it again. 3 times the minimum food budget. People, did the baby boomers hold themselves to a minimum food budget? Even if you're going to use that as your metric, did the baby boomers hold themselves to a minimum food budget? Did they ever do that? Aren't they the ones who introduced the world to the extra large refrigerator and the deep freezer? So I just want you to understand, the U.S. poverty line is calculated as 3 times the cost of a minimum food diet in 1963, adjusted for inflation. Now, there, of course, been changes since then, so don't get this. That's not meant to be the end all and be all. But by the way, yeah, if you want to know what the poverty line originated as, the measurement failure, the formula was developed by Molly Orshansky, an economist at the Social Security Administration. By the way, folks, I've been waiting for new data from the Social Security Administration as far as men and women's income broken down by race. Haven't seen anything since 2022, so I'm still looking for it. In 1963, she observed that families spent roughly 1/3 of their income on groceries. Since pricing data was hard to come by for many items, example, housing, if you could calculate a minimum adequate food budget at the grocery store, you could multiply by 3 and establish a poverty line. So do you see how that works? So if you got a family of 4, all right. Orshansky was careful about what she was measuring. In her January 1965 article, she presented the poverty thresholds as a measure of income inadequacy, not income adequacy. She was trying to define where income was deficient, not to say, well, you have enough. Quote, if it is not possible to state unequivocally how much is enough, it should be possible to assert with confidence how much on average is too little. End quote. She was drawing a floor, a line below which families were clearly in crises. For 1963, that floor made sense. Housing was relatively cheap. A family could rent a decent apartment or buy a home on a single income. Healthcare was provided by employers and cost relatively little. Blue Cross coverage averaged $10 a month.
Damn!
People, back in 1963, healthcare coverage through Blue Cross was $10 a month? While the baby boomers have the gall and the nerve to tell you that you're not working hard enough today. Of course, they're pathological liars who know that if they had to pay these expenses, they would instantly go into poverty. So, of course, they try to gaslight you. Childcare didn't really exist as a market. Mothers stayed home. Family helped. Of course they could, because there were all these stay-at-home women. Your mama, your grandmama, your aunties. Yeah, whoever had kids in the family, there was always a female available to take care of all the kids because the women didn't have to work. They did not have to. So once again, nobody talks about this. Mothers stayed home, family helped, or neighbors who likely had someone home watched each other's kids. So when I was a child, they had stories about that back then. Yeah, they'd leave out the part that, by the way, yeah, your grandmamas didn't have to work. Now, as black women, they did. But by the way, by and large, that was even different. Cars were affordable if prone to breakdowns. That's kind of flipped today, hasn't it? With few luxury frills, the neighborhood kids in VOTEC, vocational technical schools, could fix most problems when they did. College tuition could be covered with a summer job. Retirement meant a pension income, not a pile of 401k assets you had to fund yourself. Folks, remember back when the corporations paid for the pensions of the employees, the CEOs weren't getting $20 million a year to run the company into the damn concrete. You let them start running the asylum and they started looting the store. Next thing you know, they pushed off the 401ks onto the employees, something that the old baby boomers never fought against. Now the CEOs and the board of directors get tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in compensation. Well, yeah, that was the money that used to go into the pension. Now they're telling you that they don't put the money in the pension. They quote, saved that money from the pension and then gave it to the fat cats at the top of the company. So Jeff Bezos can go buy his girlfriend a $20 million wedding ring, and the employees die of heat exhaustion and heat stroke in his warehouses. Him and Elon Musk goes to go buy a new mansion. He goes to go buy a new penthouse for his 6th or 7th baby mama. We've lost count. He goes and buys himself a super yacht. And then you're gonna die in a fiery crash when Tesla's self-driving runs into a telephone pole or runs into a pedestrian. So he's gonna make $1 trillion and you're dead. Oh yeah, his employees don't get paid anywhere near that amount. They get thousands a year while he's racked up to give himself literally $100 billion per year for the next 10 years. So that he can have the symbolic, quote, accomplishment of becoming the world's first trillionaire. And you can die at the factory or die behind the wheel of one of his death machines. Who cares what you ain't got? He's got super yachts and you can go eat thistles. And this is the real legacy of the so-called baby boomers. Orshansky's food times 3 formula was crude, but as a crisis threshold, a measure of too little, it roughly corresponded to reality. A family spending 1/3 of its income on food would spend the other 2/3 on everything else, and those proportions more or less worked. Below that line, you were in a genuine crisis. Above it, you had a fighting chance. But everything changed between 1963 and 2024. 60 years. Housing costs exploded. Healthcare became the largest household expense for many families. Employer coverage shrank while deductibles grew. So you see, the companies went from compensating these things for you to offloading those expenses onto you. Childcare became a market, and that market became ruinously expensive. College went from affordable to crippling. Transportation costs rose as cities sprawled and public transit withered under government neglect. The labor model shifted. A second income became mandatory to maintain the standard of living that one income formerly provided, but a second income meant childcare became mandatory, which meant 2 cars became mandatory. Or maybe you'd simply be, quote, asking for a lot, generationally speaking, because living near your parents helps to defray those childcare costs. But most folk can't afford that, and even if they could, the parents have checked out to go get on their Tom Joyner morning cruise. The composition of household spending transformed completely. In 2024, food at home is no longer 33% of household spending. For most families, it's 5 to 7%. Housing now consumes 35 to 45%.
Damn!
Healthcare takes 15 to 25%. Childcare for families with young children can eat 20 to 40%. If you keep Orshansky's logic, if you maintain her principle that poverty could be defined by the inverse of food's budget share, but update the food share to reflect reality, the multiplier is no longer 3. It becomes 16. Which means if you measured income inadequacy today the way Orshansky measured it in 1963, the threshold for a family of 4 wouldn't be $31,200. It would be somewhere between $130,000 and $150,000. And remember, Orshansky was only trying to define too little. She was identifying crisis, not sufficiency. If the crisis threshold, the floor below which families cannot function, is honestly updated to current spending patterns, it lands at $140,000. What does that tell you about the $31,200 line we still use? It tells you we are measuring starvation. Quote, an imbalance between rich and poor is the oldest and most fatal ailment of all republics. Plutarch. The real math of survival. The official poverty line for a family of 4 in 2024 is $31,200. The median household income is roughly $80,000. We have been told implicitly that a family earning $80,000 is doing fine, safely above poverty, solidly middle class, perhaps comfortable. But if Orshansky's crisis threshold were calculated today using her own methodology, that $80,000 family would be living in deep poverty. I wanted to see what would happen if I ignored the official stats and simply calculated the cost of existing. I built a basic needs budget for a family of 4, 2 earners, 2 kids. No vacations, no Netflix, no luxury, just the participation tickets required to hold a job and raise kids in 2024. Using conservative national average data. Childcare, $32,773. Housing, $23,267. Food, $14,717. Transportation, $14,828. Healthcare, $10,567. Other essentials, $21,857. Required net income, net. This means between the 2 parents. The 2 of you together better be making $118,009. Add federal, state, and FICA taxes of roughly $18,500, and you arrive at a required gross income of $136,500. This is Orshansky's too little threshold, updated honestly. This is the floor. The single largest line item isn't housing, it's childcare. This is the trap. To reach the median household income of $80,000, most families require two earners. But the moment you add the second earner to chase that income, you trigger the child care expense. If one parent stays home, the income drops to $40,000 or $50,000, well below what's needed to survive. If both parents work to hit $100,000, they hand over $32,000 to a daycare center, so it's a catch-22. You're not making it. You need two folks to work because you don't make enough money, but if you go to work, you're going to trigger even more expenses. The second earner isn't working for a vacation or a boat. The second earner is working to pay the stranger watching their children so they can go to work and clear $1,000 to $2,000 extra a month. It's a closed loop. The baby boomers did not have to contend with this at all, which is why you are a deep, fat, fried fool if you listen to them, other than for them to tell you, you know what, you're right. If the baby boomers not telling you that you're right, you ain't got to listen to a damn word they have to say, because they know that all of this is true. They're the ones who caused it. Let's continue. In the chat room, no lack. Thank God I have no kids. That's not a flex. That is not a flex. Thank God that I will not continue the bloodline. If the folks before you had the same attitude, think about that for a few moments. They got you all happy that you're not, that your bloodline will die with you. It's like, well, don't worry, I ain't gonna have the kids. And now the baby boomers want a peaceful death, and they've got you all rationalizing a peaceful death. Not just for yourselves, but the entire bloodline. Do you realize what they've maneuvered you and bullied you into? Think that over for a moment. The housing lie, or why the model is optimistic. Critics will immediately argue that I'm cherry picking expensive cities. They'll say $136,500 is a number for San Francisco or Manhattan, not, quote, real America. So let's look at real America. The model above allocates $23,267 per year for housing. That breaks down to $1,938 per month. This is the number that serious economists use to tell you that you're doing fine. In my last piece, Are You an American?, I analyzed a modest, quote, starter home, which turned out to be in Caldwell, New Jersey, the kind of place a Teamster could afford in 1955. I went to Zillow to see what it costs to live in that same town if you don't have a down payment and are forced to rent. There are exactly seven 2-bedroom plus units available in the entire town. What? The cheapest one rents for $2,715 per month. People, there wasn't just a baby boom, there was also a housing boom that the federal government facilitated. When the baby boomers got theirs, the baby boomers went to the faucet and turned off the spigot and said, damn everybody else. So this is how you can end up where there's only seven structures available. And a bunch of other cities are the same way. No wonder the costs are astronomical, because the baby boomers strangled the supply so that they could have a monopoly, because their lazy asses weren't worth anything else. So they would just try to trap their house as an investment. And like with everything else, they have passed on the bill to you. Yo, dumbass, better stop defending them. That's a $777 monthly gap between the model and reality. That's $9,300 a year in post-tax money. To cover that gap, you need to earn an additional $12,000 to $13,000 in gross salary. So when I say the real poverty line is $140,000, I'm being conservative. I'm using optimistic national average housing assumptions. If we plug in the actual cost of living in the zip codes where the jobs are, where rent is $2,700, not $1,900, the threshold pushes past $160,000. So, folks, he's telling you that, by the way, if you really wanted to plug into the real world, the number that he gave you of 140, actually, the number actually goes up to 160. And let me remind you all that to those who are still dealing with obsolete data, or you're just a slow learner, everywhere is New York today, man. When I was a child, that motif, that cliche of just, as long as you avoid New York and LA, you won't be in a crazily overpriced city. Man, that's everywhere today. New York, LA, Atlanta, Dallas, DC, Miami, Detroit, Chicago. That's everywhere, man. Boise, Seattle, Portland. Where are you going? San Francisco, San Diego, Sacramento, Houston, Austin. Where you going? St. Louis, Minneapolis. Where you going, man? Everybody sees it. All the developers who were in New York, they flooded to other places. Now they transformed all those other places into the outrageously overpriced replicas of New York. They've created New York clones in every major American city now. People, every major American city has houses that sell for over $1 million. We covered that a year ago. Every American city's got that now. Every major American city's got that now. And most American cities have $1 million house. A house that's for sale for $1 million that's no longer confined to New York. I was talking about this over a decade ago. Somebody says Virginia, Richmond, the whole Chesapeake Bay. What? People, if you haven't seen what they're doing in the Chesapeake Bay, they've got this $1 billion tunneling project that they're doing to try to free up traffic on the freeway. So Virginia, that's a wrap. If anybody wants to know, it's going down in Chesapeake Bay, man. It's going down. They are competing. They really want Miami type shine is what they want. So anybody don't know what's going on in Virginia, you think it's relegated and confined to just DC, you need to get out more. Petersburg, Richmond, Chesapeake Bay. I mean, it's on and popping. It's off and going. And they're getting ready to spend billions of dollars in infrastructure projects to facilitate travel from the coast back in there. So that's it. That's a wrap, man. It's over. Everybody wants to be the next New York with those outrageous prices because remember, your city is a corporation. The city council are the board members of the corporation. They want to make as much money as they can. That means that they desire for housing values, property values to be as high as possible. They want as many people moving in as they can, and they want to charge as much to be there as they can because that's how the city makes money. Taxes, fees. They want a bunch of people to crawl in, and then they want everybody paying the outrageous maximum. So you are dealing basically with a government corporation. They have zero incentive to drive housing values down. They're all fighting for the folks who can pay $50,000 a year in property taxes. That's what they're fighting for now. They're fighting over anybody who can pay 50 grand a year in property taxes. That's who they ideally want as their citizen. The rest of you are in the way. He goes on to say, the market isn't just expensive. It's broken. 7 units available in a town of thousands. That's not a market. That's a shortage masquerading as an auction. And that $2,715 rent check buys you zero equity. In the 1950s, the monthly housing cost was a forced savings account that built generational wealth. Today, it's a subscription fee for a roof. You are paying a premium to stand still. I will go beyond that. Many of you will say, well, just move outside the city. Ben Shapiro, jackass in chief, a clown who is an Israeli masquerading as an American, talking about, well, you might not be able to live in the city that you want to live in. Okay, well, folks, you would think that if enough people leave the cities, then the prices would go down. That will not happen either. This is why the baby boomers, I have to remind you all, the young people are against the illegals. The baby boomers are the ones who want the illegals, and I taught you why that is. The baby boomers and their assisted living facility, they don't give a great big damn who it is that changes their bedpans or who deals with their canker sores. They don't care where you came from. Legal, illegal, they don't give a damn who is doing the housekeeping at the hotel and who is manning the buffet on the Tom Joyner cruise, just so long as somebody's doing it. They don't care where the person came from. They don't care if they're legal. They don't care if they're illegal. Just so long as there's somebody to do it at the price they want it done at, so they can keep their home equity and keep their money in their pockets that they don't even spend. So you better get that through your head. They are actually actively working against you. And even if you leave the cities, they'll be the first ones to demand more illegals to come in. If they got a place to rent and that was their little nest egg that they conspired and scammed for themselves, then they'll be like, we don't give a damn who's renting it so long as they pay it. Bring in the 6 illegals living on top of each other. They can each put in $500-$600 and they can cover the rent. We don't give a damn who covers the rent so long as somebody pays for me to sit on my big old elderly wrinkled ass. And that's how you got here. So even if you move outside the city limits and start building something for yourself, well, you'll be far enough away from your job, by the way. Even if you have a job that allows you to do something like that, don't think that this will implode the market in the cities. No, they'll just bring in more illegals, which is what they've been doing. It's not accidental. Some of y'all need to go have an honest conversation with your parents about the illegals, and you will find that you are actually far more vehemently against it than they are. Yeah, they didn't have to compete against illegals when they were working, but for you, they're going to be a whole lot more sympathetic to the illegals. You're going to notice they're really kind of wishy-washy. Some of you won't want to have that conversation, but by the way, you'll find out that's what it is. The hedonic lie. Why a phone costs $200, not $58. $200, brother, you way under. Way under. You need to 5x that. Economists will look at my $140,000 figure and scream about hedonic adjustments. Heck, I'll scream at you about them. They are valid attempts to measure the improvement in quality that we honestly value. I will tell you that comparing 1955 to 2024 is unfair because cars today have airbags, homes have air conditioning, and phones are supercomputers. I will argue that because the quality of the good improved, the real price dropped. And I would be making a category error. So what they would tell you all is that, well, the quality of things has gone up, so in real terms, the price has gone down, but that's wrong. We are not calculating the price of luxury. We are calculating the price of participation. To function in 1955 society, to have a job, call a doctor, and be a citizen, you needed a telephone line. That participation ticket cost $5 a month. Adjusted for standard inflation, that $5 should be $58 today. But you cannot run a household in 2024 on a $58 landline. The corporations and the government saw to that. To function today, to factor authenticate your bank account, to answer work emails, to check your child's school portal, which is now digital only, you need a smartphone plan and home broadband.
And deal with it, nigga.
Something that your grandparents and parents never needed. These were things that didn't have to have. Folks, you can't get a job for the last 20 years. This started 20 years ago, folks. You can't open up the newspaper somewhere and look in the want ads. The want ads are all online because the newspapers have dried up. So for the last 2 decades, if you didn't have internet access, you could not get a job. You couldn't go job shopping, much less to apply for the job. I mean, unless, of course, you want to work at Family Dollar. Now, Family Dollar, they got a kiosk at their stores. So imagine that. If you're one of the poorest people in town, well, Family Dollar has a little computer at their store that you can fill out an application, hope you get hired. But yeah, so the only places that'll help you, and first you got to get there. By the way, you got to get there. If you don't have a car or something, and if you live 10 miles away, oh, this is going to be fun. And I've lived that life. So, oh, this is going to be fun. Yeah, you can go to the library if you have a library near you. So once again, well, you can rely on the city. Well, yeah, if you got a library near you. Yeah, that works if you got a library near you. And on top of that, if you're in a city that has enough to have jobs around you. If you're in small town America, or if you're in mid-sized America and the white supremacist establishment there is restricting jobs because they'd rather have a weak city that they own on their racist terms than a prosperous city outside of it. So, yeah, it ain't going to be that easy as, well, if I can just make it. It's like you get into an Oasis. If I can just make it to a computer with internet service, I'm good. If I can just make it to a library, yeah, if you can get to one. The cost of that participation ticket for a family of 4 is not $58. It's $200 a month. Nobody has a landline phone anymore. The corporations saw to that too. The economists say, but look at the computing power you get. I say, look at the computing power I need. The utility I'm buying is connection to the economy. The price of that utility didn't just keep pace with inflation. It tripled relative to it. I ran this participation audit across the entire 1955 budget. I didn't ask, is the car better? I asked, what does it cost to get to work? Healthcare in 1955. Blue Cross family coverage was roughly $10 a month, $115 in today's dollars. Today, the average family premium is over $1,600 a month. That's a 14 times inflation. Oh yeah, and they fight you over coverage. The killer thing is that back in 1955, Blue Cross did not fight over covering your expenses. Today, they make you pay a deductible and they fight you. If you actually have something that needs to be paid for, they fight you over it. So once again, there's a difference that you better factor into the equation. You're paying $1,600 for healthcare coverage that you can't actually get when you need it. Your parents and grandparents could, they made sure you couldn't though. Taxes. FICA. In 1955, the Social Security tax, and remember, Social Security is taxed going forward. The young get the rate raised on them to pay for the old. So the baby boomers who already took all the valuables, already stole all the valuables, the ones who stole all the money and all the wealth, got you paying for their Social Security on top of it. They're adding insult to injury. In 1955, the Social Security tax was 2% on the first $4,200 of income. Folks, 2%. 2%. That'd be what, $84? The maximum annual contribution was $84. Okay, let's hear it for math. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $960 a year. Today, a family earning the median of $80,000 pays over $6,100. That's a 6 times inflation. Childcare in 1955, this cost was zero. Because the economy supported a single earner model, and also the corporations and the government did not send women into the workplace so that they could radically increase the tax base and their profits. They hadn't done that just yet. Today, the cost of child care is $32,000. That's an infinite increase in the cost of participation. The only thing that actually tracked official CPI was food. Everything else, the inescapable fees required to hold a job, stay healthy, and raise children, inflated at multiples of the official rate when considered on a participation basis. Yes, these goods and services are better. I would not trade my 65-inch 4K TV mounted flat on the wall for a 25-inch CRT, cathode ray tube, for those of you who don't know what that is, old style television, dominating my living room. But I don't have a choice either. And his point is, it's not like you're choosing between healthcare costs in 1955 or healthcare costs in 2025. You're not choosing between a house that costs as much as 1955 and a house that costs 2025. You have no choice in the matter. You pay 2025 costs for everything. There is no alternative. And let me go back to food. When they talk about the cost of food and when they talk about staying healthy, let's be very, very honest here. Folks, if you want to stay healthy today, you're going to pay a hell of a premium. Go on YouTube, go online, see what it costs to stay healthy. Take a look at the produce aisle is one of the most expensive parts of the store. We have stores that, we got organic food. Okay, I can finally get away from the GMO toxic soup they sell and get ready. Your quote organic food is the most expensive stuff there is. Go to a fish market. Yes, you can go get quote unquote real food and you will pay a premium. The genetically modified processed garbage sitting on all the shelves, not the stuff on the perimeter of the store, but all the shelves in the middle at Walmart. Well, that's the cheapest stuff in the store. You march your happy ass back around the corner. You want to eat healthy? Here's a head of lettuce for $4. Here's a bundle of bananas for $3. Here's a sardine. Well, you can get those in the can. But if you want trout, if you want salmon, God forbid if you want grouper or something better, if you want that, you want to eat healthily, you better get ready to get broke down. Even if it's just water. So you pay a premium to, quote, eat healthy. You don't want to eat the chicken nuggets. Did you notice the chicken nuggets cost way less than the damn chicken? Go get you the whole bird over there. All the processed stuff, somehow they got those prices lower. You go get real cheese. Here we go. Processed cheese food. $3. Real cheese, $5. you will pay a premium to eat healthy. So even when we talk about food, you can pay for the food, but you're gonna find, if you got 3 or 4 kids, you don't have enough money you can't afford to eat healthy. You can't really afford to do that. I mean, I guess unless you're just going to eat rice and beans. I mean, if you restrict your diet to just rice and beans, and I'm from Louisiana, so I was raised on that. But I'm just like, well, if you restrict the diet to just that, once you start adding meat into the equation, have you gone to the store and seen the price of beef lately, people? Let me just go ahead and break it down and get real with y'all. Now, me, myself, I'm not talking about somebody else, me, myself, when I go to the store and I go to Walmart, I don't even go to anything really fancy, although I don't care about this. You're getting the same beef anywhere you go, so pat yourself on the back at Whole Foods if you think you're better. But, man, it's $18 now for if you get the 2 pounds of extra lean ground beef. I get the extra lean ground beef. I get extra lean. So that's the healthiest you can get. That's the least fat you can get. In Louisiana, you better get ready to unass almost $20 for 2 pounds. You better get ready. And I know the rest of you got to be paying at least that much, if not more. Now that's in Louisiana. So I know those of you in Dallas, Atlanta, DC, much less New York, I know you're paying more than us. You are at least paying what we're paying and probably paying more. So that's the cost of being able to do that. Now go to Whole Foods. See what you get. Go to Whole Foods and see what it costs you. Go to Publix and see what it costs you. You got 3 or 4 kids. If you got 3 or 4 boys, they can eat 2 pounds of beef in one meal. Man, if you got, for those of you who grew up with brothers, man, if you got 3 or 4 boys, they can go through 2 pounds of beef for breakfast. All you got to do is say, come and get it. That 2 pounds gonna be gone with 2 more meals to give today. Hell, your girls can eat at least half that. You're raising them from when they're young and they're active, they're in school, they're running around. I mean, I know how I was. For those of you who got kids, you know that kids eat. And they're supposed to, damn it. Let me say one more thing. They're not being greedy. They're supposed to. They're growing. And even if they weren't, they're your damn kids. They're supposed to. Okay, but look what it costs. Take a look at what it costs today just to feed them. Are you going to get the brown rice and the beans? Is that what it's going to be? Okay. How about meat? Beef, chicken, fish. Pick your poison. The cheap stuff gonna be the pork. Oh boy. I say cheap. Pork isn't cheap anymore, people. Pork is not cheap anymore. It used to be that if at least you had access to the pork stuff. I mean bologna. I'm talking about the processed stuff. Man, that used to be cheap. It's not cheap anymore. Not cheap anymore. So even just to feed them, can you afford to feed your family healthily? Can you afford it today? You might have 3 kids to feed. Do you got enough money to feed them 3 kids? Do you got 3 kids' money? Because if you don't, the valley of death, why $100,000 is the new poor. Once I established the $136,500 is the real break-even point, I ran the numbers on what families what happens to a family climbing the ladder toward that number. What I found explains the vibes of the economy better than any CPI print, Consumer Price Index. Our entire safety net is designed to catch people at the very bottom, but it sets a trap for anyone trying to climb out. Black folk been saying this for decades. Folk tried to pretend we was crazy, you just lazy. No, it's real. As income rises from $40,000 to $100,000, benefits disappear faster than wages increase. Meanwhile, the folks at the top get their money from capital gains. They get their money from capital gains, so they keep giving themselves price breaks and tax breaks. I call this the valley of death. Let's look at the transition for a family in New Jersey. The view from $35,000, the quote official poor. At this income, the family is struggling, but the state provides a floor. They qualify for Medicaid, free health care. They receive SNAP, food stamps. They receive heavy child care subsidies. Their deficits are real, but capped. So in other words, if you're poor enough, you can get government assistance paid for by the folks over $50,000 a year. The cliff at $45,000, the health care trap. The family earns a $10,000 raise. Good news. So if you made $35,000, if you make just $10,000 more. Good news, right? Wrong. At this level, the parents lose Medicaid eligibility. Suddenly, they must pay premiums and deductibles. Oh, Obamacare will bankrupt you for that one. Income gain, $10,000. Expense increase, $10,567. Net result, they are poorer than before. The effective tax on this mobility is over 100%. Let me just pause for one moment right here before we get to the child care trap. By the way, in the chat room, I know a lot of college students and stuff, they talk about, ramen and cup of noodles and stuff. And I get it. But what I'm saying is that, by the way, your parents and grandparents didn't eat that. Did you notice that folks are getting sicker today sooner? I submit to you all that the ramen noodles thing and the cup of noodles things, the stuff off the shelves, I understand as college students, I get that. I was a college student. I understand that, but I think a lot of us grossly miscalculated how bad those things are. So we may have fond memories of struggling and stuff, and I get that. I understand it, but I'm just saying that, by the way, that didn't come, I don't believe that came without a cost. I don't believe that all that cheap eating came. Oh, I got a box of macaroni and cheese with a bunch of ingredients. Hell, are the noodles in there actually noodles? Are the noodles actually noodles with the long string of chemicals they got in there? So, by the way, I understand some folks made it a lifestyle, so they kept doing it even after they left college because their wages didn't keep up. A lot of you have fallen out of touch with how healthy you were back in college. Back in college, you could eat anything and burn it off. Man, that starts to wear on you eventually. On the inside, let's take a look at those internal organs and see if that was really harmless. So I understand, I'm not lecturing folks on that, but by the way, was that really as harmless as you tell yourselves? The cliff at $65,000, the child care trap. This is the breaker. The family works harder. They get promoted to $65,000. So you worked your ass off to get to $65,000, and they are now solidly, quote, working class. But at roughly this level, child care subsidies vanish. They must now pay the full market rate for daycare. Income gain, $20,000, up from $45,000. Expense increase, $28,000, jumping from co-pays to full tuition. Net result, total collapse. When you run the net income numbers, a family earning $100,000 is effectively in a worse financial position than a family earning $40,000. At $40,000, you're drowning, but the state gives you a life vest, Bushika. At $100,000, you're drowning, but the state says you're a high earner and ties an anchor to your ankle called market price. And by the way, if you would make $100,000 a year and you're single, you don't get any of those tax breaks and cuts. You're paying for other people's earned income tax credit. You don't get one. If you are single, the baby boomers stole everything, and then Bushika's like, well, let me just stay broke because you folk who actually work, you'll subsidize me. And that's where you are. In option terms, the government has sold a call option to the poor, but they've rigged the gamma. As you move, quote, closer to the money, self-sufficiency, the delta collapses. For every dollar of effort you put in, the system confiscates 70 to 100 cents. No rational trader would take that trade. Yet we wonder why labor force participation lags. It's not a mystery. It's math. The physics of ruin. The phase change. The most dangerous lie of modern economics is mean reversion. Economists assume that if a family falls into debt or bankruptcy, they can simply save their way back to the average. They are confusing volatility with ruin. Falling below the line isn't like cooling water. It's like freezing it. It is a phase change. So what he's saying is that they have not taken into account how bad the situation actually is. This isn't a minor hiccup that you get over. When one of these problems hits you, it wipes you out financially. When a family hits the barrier, eviction, bankruptcy, or default, they don't just have less money. They become economically inert. They are barred from the credit system, often for 7 to 10 years. If you got to file a bankruptcy or eviction, good luck getting another rent. If you got an eviction on your credit record or whatever, okay. So those 7 places in New Jersey, you're going to be going for the one that doesn't care if you have an eviction. Good luck there. They are barred from the credit system, often for 7 to 10 years. They are barred from the prime real estate market, landlord screens. They are barred from employment in sensitive sectors. In physics, it takes massive latent heat to turn ice back into water. In economics, the energy required to reverse a bankruptcy is exponentially higher than the energy required to pay a bill. The $140,000 line matters because it is the buffer against this phase change. If you are earning $80,000 with $79,000 in fixed costs, you are not stable. You are supercooled water. One shock, a transmission failure, a broken arm, a car repair, and you freeze instantly. The lockdown arbitrage proof of concept. If you need proof that the cost of participating, the cost of working, is the primary driver of this fragility, look at the COVID lockdowns. In April 2020, the U.S. personal savings rate hit a historic 33%. Economists attributed this to stimulus checks, but the math tells a different story. During lockdown, the valley of death was temporarily filled. Childcare, $32K, suspended. Kids were at home. Commuting, $15K, suspended. Work lunches, clothes, $5K, suspended. For a median family, the cost of participation in the economy is roughly $50,000 a year. What is the number I've been telling you all forever? I've been telling you forever, 50,000 is struggling. The men don't really want to believe that. They think they're going to go find an efficiency apartment and go drive a Dodge Charger. Females, if she think about having kids, she's run those numbers and she can instinctively tell 50,000 will not be enough. So when you say 50,000, she hears struggling. As I've always said, when the economy stopped during COVID, that tax was repealed. Families earning $80,000 suddenly felt rich, not because they earned more, but because the leak in the bucket was plugged. For many, income actually rose thanks to the $600 a week unemployment boost. But even for those whose income stayed flat, they felt rich because many costs were avoided. They felt rich because many costs were avoided. When the world reopened, the costs returned, but now inflated by 20%. The rage we feel today is the hangover from that brief moment where the American option was momentarily back in the money. Those with formal training in economics have dismissed these concerns. By and large, inflation is the rate of change in the price level. These poor, deluded souls were outraged at the price level. Tut, tut. Can't have deflation now, can we? We promise you will like that even less. By the way, inflation is when the money goes up. Deflation is when the cost of assets go. Inflation is when the value of the money goes down. Deflation is when the value of the assets go down. So under inflation, the assets rise in price, but the money goes down in value. The baby boomers don't want deflation because you all want deflation so that your dollar goes farther. You want the dollar to get stronger in value. But the baby boomers like, but this house that I paid for with my dollars back when the dollar was still good, well, the value of that will go down. So they want to protect the assets that they stole and scammed. The only way to do that is to make sure that your money doesn't become more valuable. As I said, they are directly opposed to your benefits. They see anything that's good for you as bad for them. Now, never mind the fact they already get a pension, they already get Social Security, some of them are on disability, and you're paying for all that. No, they want even more. I want my house to go up in value as well. What are you going to do? I can take out the equity to go on my Tom Joyner cruise. But the price level does mean something too. If you are below the actual poverty line, you are suffering constant deprivation, and a higher price level means you get even less in aggregate. This mathematical valley explains the rage we see in the American electorate, specifically the animosity the working poor, the middle class, he's calling the middle class the working poor, which is accurate, feel toward the actual poor and immigrants. Now, here's where you go with the nonsense. Immigrants are not a net positive in a country of 300 million people. You don't need more immigrants. If you are failing or refusing to invest in your own children, then you bring over immigrants and say, oh, well, they're going to contribute. Why? Because you crippled your children. So this is your excuse. And the immigrants are taking the low wage stuff. So the things that used to be a given and the entry-level jobs had to pay more money because they didn't have illegals to exploit. Now take a look at them. They keep, anybody who tells you about those illegals, immigrants, illegals, just understand they got an agenda. Economists and politicians look at this anger and call it racism or lack of empathy. They are missing the mechanism. Altruism is a function of surplus. It's easy to be charitable when you have excess capacity. It's impossible to be charitable when you're fighting for the last bruised banana. The family earning $65,000, the family that just lost their subsidies and is paying $32,000 for daycare and $12,000 for healthcare deductibles, is hyper aware of the family earning $30,000 and getting subsidized food, rent, childcare, and healthcare. Oh, you're illegals. By the way, the illegals. They see the neighbor at the grocery store using an EBT card while they put items back on the shelf. They see the immigrant family receiving emergency housing support while they face eviction. Well, they're also taxing you. They are not seeing poverty. They are seeing people getting for free the exact things that they are working 60 hours a week to barely afford. And even worse, even if they don't see these things firsthand, they are being shown them. You got an Instagram post. The anger isn't about the goods. It's about the breach of contract. The American deal was that effort. Security. Effort brought your hope strike closer. But because the real poverty line is $140,000, effort no longer yields security or progress. It brings risk, exhaustion, and debt. When you're drowning and you see the lifeguard throw a life vest to the person treading water next to you, a person who isn't swimming as hard as you are, you don't feel happiness for them. You feel a homicidal rage at the lifeguard. We have created a system where the only way to survive is to be destitute enough to qualify for aid or rich enough to ignore the cost. Everyone in the middle is being cannibalized. The rich know this, and they are increasingly opting out of the shared spaces. Hello, Elon. The optical illusion of prosperity. If you need visual proof of this benchmark error, look at the charts that economists love to share on social media to prove that vibes are wrong and the economy is great. You've likely seen this chart right here. Growing wealth and inequality. You've likely seen this chart. It shows that the American middle class is shrinking, not because people are getting poorer, but because they're moving up into the $150,000 bracket. The economists look at this and cheer. Look, they say. In 1967, only 5% of families made over $150,000 adjusted for inflation. Now, 34% do. We are a nation of rising aristocrats.
Nigga, what?
Okay, believe that one if you will. But look at that chart through the lens of the real poverty line. If the cost of basic self-sufficiency for a family of four, housing, childcare, healthcare, transportation, is $140,000, then that top light blue tier isn't upper class. It's the survival line. This chart doesn't show that 34% of Americans are rich. It shows that only 34% of Americans have managed to escape deprivation. It shows that the middle class, the dark blue section between 50,000 and 150,000, roughly 45% of the country, is actually the working poor. These are the families earning enough to lose their benefits, but not enough to pay for childcare and rent. They are the ones trapped in the valley of death. But the commentary tells something different. Quote, Americans earn more for several reasons. The first is that neoliberal economic policies worked as intended. In the last 50 years, there have been big increases in productivity, which means working you to death, solid GDP growth, and since the 1980s, low and predictable inflation. All this helped make most Americans richer. Neoliberal economic policies worked as intended. Read that again. With the POSIWID, the purpose of a system is what it does in mind. The chart isn't measuring prosperity. It's measuring inflation in the non-discretionary basket. It tells us that to live a 1967 middle-class life in 2024, you need a wealthy income. To live a 1967 middle-class life in 2024, you need a wealthy income. And then there's this chart, the shield used by every defender of the status quo, baby boomers. Poverty has collapsed to 11%. Y'all young niggas need to get up and work harder. The policies worked as intended. I earned mine. Y'all just lazy. You need to get yours. But remember Molly Orshansky, This chart is measuring the percentage of Americans who can afford a minimum food diet multiplied by 3. It is not measuring who can afford rent, which is up 4x relative to wages. It's not measuring who can afford childcare, which is up infinite percent. It's measuring starvation. Of course, the line is going down. We are an agricultural superpower who opened our markets to even cheaper foreign food. Shrimp from Vietnam, so much for eating healthier. Tilapia from, don't ask. Food is cheap, but life is expensive. By the way, this tilapia thing, yeah, let's hear it for China. When you hear about the tilapia and then it can find mercury in it. But by the way, for this one right here, yeah, you don't want to open this can of worms tonight, not on a full stomach. When you see these charts, don't let them gaslight you. They are using broken rulers to measure a broken house. The top chart proves that you need $150,000 to make it. The bottom chart proves they refuse to admit it. Welcome to the jungle. We have fun and games. So in case you were wondering what was going on there, there's a reason why they're not talking to you very much about that. There's a reason that they're not saying these things. There's a reason that we are not having a real conversation about what's really happening. There's a reason that that is not going on. That's not going on because it is not convenient to. It is not convenient. Just thought I'd remind you, it's not convenient. And furthermore, it's not accidental either. It's not convenient, and it's no accident. I want to read the next part here that he talks about the lie. The next part here is the lie. So that's the trap. The real poverty line, the threshold where a family can afford housing, healthcare, childcare, and transportation. You know, the house with the car and the white picket fence and the 2 kids. I'm sure you want your kids to be healthy. Some of you don't, but some of you might. Without relying on means-tested benefits isn't $31,200. It's $140,000. Most of my readers will have cleared this threshold. My parents never really did, but I was born lucky. Brains, beauty, in the eye of the beholder, admittedly. Height, it really does help. Parents that encouraged and sacrificed for education, even as the stress of those sacrifices eventually drove my mother clinically insane. So, this is Mr. Green, who wrote the article over here on the right. This is him. And he's letting you know that, by the way, that's what happened with his mom. And this is way more common. When they talk about women getting, quote, happier as they're older, they really need to measure, by the way, how many of these, quote, happy women are mentally and emotionally disturbed from years of being stressed out and stuff. How many of them had breaks with reality as a result? So, yeah, they're the happy homeless chick. Do you know how many homeless females you can probably find in a homeless shelter? And an American citizenship. But most of my readers are now seeing this trap for their children. And the system is designed to prevent them from escaping. Every dollar you earn climbing from $40,000 to $100,000 triggers benefit losses that exceed your income gains. You are literally poorer for working harder. The economists will tell you this is fine because you're building wealth. Your 401k is growing. Your home equity is rising. You're richer than you feel. Next week, I'll show you why that's wrong, and then we can start the discussion of how to rebuild because we can. Well, let's hope so. The wealth you're counting on, the retirement accounts, the home equity, the nest egg that's supposed to make all this worthwhile, is just as fake as the poverty line. But the humans behind that wealth are real, and they are amazing. We certainly hope so. So for those of you who heard about that article and never actually read it, because you didn't even know where it was, some of you might have read another website discussing the article, but now you've heard it, gone over the numbers. I agree with much of what he has said there. Much, not all, but much of it I agree with. As a matter of fact, I have been telling you that for the longest time here. If you want to know why the internet jackasses out there telling you about the benefits of getting married or the benefits of working your ass off and stuff, and you don't actually go for it, is because you can instinctively tell that that's not accurate. It isn't. First of all, you're going to find yourself into a problem here. What's the first problem? You're going to most likely have a female who wants you to be doing better than she is. He talks about this means testing, what he's left out is that, by the way, one of those means or resources testing is that, by the way, a female is going to look at you and the standard that she has in mind before she chooses to make you a permanent part of her life is, by the way, what is your viability to do better than me? You've got to be able to make at least 50% more than I do as a female for me to feel comfortable betting on you. A woman actually prefers that you make 2 or 3 times what she makes, but you're going to have to at least make 50% more before she even is like, okay, well, that's good enough. And that's if she makes less than $100,000 a year. If she makes $100,000 a year, she starts feeding herself internet-fueled delusions like she can pay the bills for both of you, which is what we've already shown is a lie. But never mind, now you have to deal with delusions on top of everything else. So if she makes $100,000 a year, don't worry, most females don't. Most don't and never will. But for the few who do, now she's like, oh, you got to make $250. If she makes $100,000, oh, I need a man who makes $250. I make $100,000 myself. I'd make more money than most of these dudes out here, which is also another lie. But never mind, the internet's where delusion thrives, so. But before you can start a family, she's going to check to see how much money you make so that she determines whether or not you're worthy and are you going to be able to meet her expectations, she'll talk about her job. And as soon as she gets pregnant, she's all of a sudden, I don't want the job anymore. I need to be able to stay home. So she goes from strong and independent to flat-footed and pregnant. I need to stay home. I need a man who can take care of me while I'm staying home. Raising his children. And then you see the quality of the children out here today. You tell me if the few stay-at-home moms there are, you take a look at the quality of the kids out here today, and you tell me whether or not the man got his money and sacrifice worth. The daughters are pregnant, the sons are dunces. You tell me if the average fellow who made his chick a stay-at-home mom, you tell me whether or not he actually got his money's worth out of that little arrangement. Because I'm taking a look at the drive-through out here. I'm taking a look at some of these colleges and like, okay, dude, I hope you had a side chick in there somewhere. Because this little dumb bastard over here is your heir. So these are the intangibles that they tell you what you need to do to get out of it. It's like, oh, that's not going to work. Oh, that's going to turn out much less than you think it is. That's not going to work. And to have a quality female who is not a disciplinary problem, there's the biggest thing that what men need to bet on is a female who's not a disciplinary problem. A female who's not going to get in the middle of the mix and start messing up the program. Mental, emotional issues, psychological issues, bad upbringing, spoiled, entitled. Okay, but the females who are not disciplinary problems are in super high demand. They get snatched up early. So they're walking around the college campuses, and because they're not a disciplinary problem, they get snatched up early. So what does that tell you? By the time we get to the 30s, it is slim pickings. The majority are disciplinary problems. Well, a man can't really invest in that. I mean, there's some desperate suckers out there who just like, screw it. And that 50% divorce rate and getting cleared out financially. Okay, that's where that comes from. But yeah, by the time you get to your 30s, it's not your imagination. By the time you get there, the majority of the pickings are the leftovers, the disciplinary problems. So you're supposed to work your ass off in 80 hours a week so that you can take care of a disciplinary problem and make her life easier. She is not sitting down saying, how can I make his easier? So that will not be a part of her internal monologue. So when you really get off into these numbers and everything that's happening, you realize just how bad it really is and how far along it's really getting. So if nobody is taking out the time to explain that to you, the world is slowly but surely finally getting around to being honest about what I said to you all over a decade ago. The media that tells you that the situation is probably twice this bad. If the corporate media is finally admitting that the situation is this bad, then that tells you it's twice as bad. And I'm not making it up right now. Folks, have you seen the price of a house in a neighborhood that you actually want to live in? Damn! Have you actually looked at that? Go look up the prices for a home in a neighborhood that you actually want to live in, a neighborhood that you're actually motivated to work in, because that $450,000 median home income, that's not actually looking at the desirable neighborhood you want to be in. That's just so you can get in the damn game. That is your, quote, starter house. That's not your dream home with your dream neighborhood and your dream neighbors that you want to see out the rest of your life in. That's not where you at. You know full well that number is either 50%, 600 something thousand, or twice that amount, 800,000. And you know it. The places you really want to live in Austin, really want to live in San Diego, really want to live in Atlanta, the places you really want to be. Not the place you can afford, where you actually will want to start working to, I actually want to live in this neighborhood. Yeah, not for you. Not for you. So take a look at the neighborhoods you really want to live in, the places you really want to be, and you're going to find that's a lot different. You're going to find that that's a whole lot different. Here's the issue. The issue is everybody, the young people today, I don't want you all to dismiss these things. I've never dismissed these things. I talk about them, but I've never dismissed them. Folks, when you hear about the females talking about coming into their divine feminine, many of them, that's really just a euphemism for a man needs to pay for my life and spoil me while I give nothing to him because I'm princess. But what I am telling you is I'm not going to tell you these people don't actually want these things. I've never told you that what people want isn't what they actually want. I've never argued with you about that. There is a certain amount. There's a reason why there's the old saying, you never saw high heels in a foxhole. And the harder the environment is on a female, the less feminine she gonna be. By definition, the harder the environment is, the more masculine she's going to be. That does not mean that you overdo it and spoil her. She doesn't need to be soggy. Most females today want to be walking vegetables. You do not want her to be soggy. So she can't live a soft life. She needs to live a productive one. But remember, I do take into account that, by the way, you got to hit that spot in the middle. Go too far and she's too soft. Go too far the other direction, she's too hard. So there has to be a certain amount of leeway so that she does not become masculine. Okay, now that can't become exploitative, which is what the female's like, oh, good, taking care of me means I get to exploit. No, that's not what that means. Really? Because I looked on Instagram, use a dumb hoe. In any case, understand it serves a purpose and it serves a place, and I get it. Absolutely. The same thing goes for the men. A man can't feel like a man if he is not respected. A man cannot feel like a man if he doesn't feel productive and competitive. If a man doesn't feel like he's winning, he feels like he's losing. This is why you have seen the explosion of OnlyFans, YouPorn, YouTube, AI. This is why you're seeing the explosion of that, because if men don't feel like winners, they recede and regress and recess into themselves, to something that will tell them they're a winner. A man must be respected. Respect isn't optional for men. Just like love and affection are not optional for females. Females need to have affection. Males must have respect. That's not optional. Men will kill you if they are not respected by you.
And deal with it.
Respect is not optional. A man will murder you if you attempt to deprive him of respect. You turn on the news, you see it every day. Every day. Somebody goes off and disrespects somebody, and that's his last day on this earth. Because you underestimated the amount of respect that man was going to demand. Respect is not optional. It is mandatory. So if you don't make enough money to be respected in a hyper-competitive environment, that's what it's going to boil down to. It's going to boil down to that. Fellas, do you understand what that means? That means that the most agreeable females feel like they're in the driver's seat. She knows that there's a market for her. So she's going to be like, if I am going to sign a lifetime contract, I'm going to cash out all the way. I'm going to make sure that everything's taken care of from here on in. So she's going to start measuring her options. Her mama going to be in her ear. Her girlfriend's going to be in her ear. They're going to be like NBA sports agents. They're going to be like NBA sports agents. They're going to be telling her to cash out as big as she can. So she's going to be looking for the fella who offers the biggest benefits package. So he needs to be funny and tall and witty and paid. She wants to make sure that she gets what your grandmama got in the 60s, that American dream in your 20s. She's like, if I'm going to cash out, I need to get that now. I got to get that now. Not 20 years from now. I'm in my 20s. If I'm a cash out, I got to get all that today. She's going to look around at her male options and, okay, y'all want her off the market. And she's like, wait a minute, if I got to sign that contract, it's got to be a record-breaking deal. I got to get that Kobe money. If you want to have my agreeableness and non-disciplinary problem, as a female, she's saying if I have to decline all my other options, if she's got options and you want her to turn down all the others, she gonna look at you and say, is this everything I could ever want, on account of the fact that this is gonna be the one I'm gonna be stuck with? Now that's the calculus she's making, fellas. Can you really blame her? If you were in the same shoes, would you not be making the exact same calculus? So I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that doesn't make sense. She's saying, hey, if you want to have me exclusively, what you're saying is you want me to deprive myself of all my other options. Okay, well, this better be a pretty rich deal if I'm going to give up all my other options for you. If you want to be my only option, then you got to be everything. The crazy part is that most females want a man to be her everything, but she doesn't want to be his everything. But just to remind you all, so if a man is going to have to give up all of his options, it needs to be for a chick who's the everything. But fellas, the chicks, the ones who actually are desirable for everything, and the market value is up there. The market value is up there. You know, when you turn on your YouTube today, the guys who do the most talking about you don't have to get married and stuff, you notice that those guys are the ones who already went into the marriage marketplace, got their asses broken open. So they've already had a wife and already had children, and they're telling the rest of you what you don't need to have. So just notice some of your red pill gurus, and in reality, they're selling you something that they themselves already got out of. They got their wife, they got their children, they got their genetic legacy. And yeah, they made, in some cases, stupid decisions, but unfortunate decisions didn't turn out well. Now they're telling you what you don't have to have. So he's already got his bloodline, even if it's messed up, and he's telling you what you don't have to do. Those of you who haven't made the mistake yet, they're trying to comfort you and tell you, oh, you don't have to do that. Wow, he's already done that. So for those of you who did not do the math on these things, I thought I'd take a moment to appraise you of exactly what the math really is. If you live in New York or whatever, what I'm saying is $100,000, man, you're not in the game, which sounds insane. It sounds insane to say that. But in New York City, $100,000 a year, man, you're not in the game. Well, Jason, what do you mean by that? What I'm saying here is that think about the females or whatever. Think about your family. Think about any of that there, man. What kind of long-term planning can you do? If you're making $100,000 a year and you're still working in New York, you still need to work for a living. $100,000 a year in New York, $100,000 a year in New Jersey, $100,000 a year in Boston, $100,000 a year in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle. Exactly how much leeway do you have? How much long-term planning can you do? If you only make $100,000 in Atlanta, how much long-term planning can you do? Exactly after taxes and expenses. Think about that for a few moments. How much long-term planning can you actually do? What type of neighborhood will you actually be able to live in? How many children can you actually afford? If you only make $100,000 a year in those cities, think about that for a few moments. How much latitude for long-term planning do you really have? I'm not talking about as a single man eating ramen noodles and looking at the TV on the couch. Man, when you got a family, you got a house, you got about, let's just say if you have 3 children, man, you realize that's 4 beds, 4 chest of drawers, at least 2 bathrooms. When you're a single man, you got 1 bed, 1 bathroom, and you're 1 bed, 1 bathroom, 1 car, you're straight. If you got a family, do you realize automatically if you got 3 kids, that's automatically 4 beds, maybe 5, depending on how agreeable your wife is. How many couches do you need? How many cars? Do you realize how the cost just went up? Men who get married don't make more money. Men who get married suffer from lifestyle inflation. Men who get married do not make more money. Men who get, as I've evidenced by everything tonight, men who get married, they suffer from lifestyle inflation. They spend the rest of their days trying to keep their heads above water and hoping that they're not part of the over 50% who are going to get divorced, or the ones who lose their jobs, or God forbid, all the above. So please understand that I warned you all years ago about that 6-figure threshold. I warned you years ago, 50,000 is struggling. I warned you that, man, you can't make long-term plans in Florida, the whole state of Florida, unless you're going to live in one of them trailer parks in lake cities or something. You can't make any long-term plans in Florida on 50 G's. You got to buy a hurricane-proof house. Man, you can't make long-term plans in the entire state of Florida on $50,000 a year. Who you fooling? The entire state of California, you can't make any long-term plans for $50,000. Everybody who lives in Florida knows this. Everybody who lives in California knows this. Everybody who lives in Massachusetts knows this. Everyone who lives in New York State, we got whole states that $50,000 will not allow you to do long-term planning. Next up is Georgia, the Carolinas, what? Tennessee. I mean, the Confederate states you thought were lagging. No. Oh, no, it's coming up. And those right there, Tennessee's about to be a gentrified state here within the next 20 years. We will be discussing Tennessee as a gentrified state within the next 2 calendar decades. Remember, I told you that. Texas, I would say that Texas is 75% of the way there. If you live in the Dallas Metroplex, if you live in Houston, Austin, San Antonio, Amarillo, El Paso. I'm not just talking about the triangle, y'all. And take a look at how quickly the triangle blew up. For those of you who don't know, the triangle is Dallas, at Austin, Houston. In Texas, they call it the triangle, which may, if those places keep expanding, they may form the first mega city. That's just how crazy it's getting. But yeah, it's not just the triangle anymore. People kept talking about the triangle. Y'all, go see what's happening in San Antonio. San Antonio is blowing the hell up. Oh yeah, one more thing. Laredo. For those of you who didn't know.
Nigga, what?
Laredo is blowing up. Laredo, Texas, San Antonio, Amarillo, places most of y'all didn't think about. Abilene, Texas. People, they are building. Larry Ellison and them are building a data center the size. I want to say that one's the one that's the size of Manhattan. I want to say that data center out there in Abilene, Texas, that's the one the size of Manhattan. Abilene, Texas, which is west of Fort Worth. You drive through Dallas, then you go through Fort Worth. Abilene is out past Fort Worth. They're building I want to say colossal, because the colossal one is the one that Elon is building in Mississippi across the state line from Memphis. But that's Colossus 1 and Colossus 2. They're building gargantuan data center the size of Manhattan. And I want to say that one's the one that Larry Ellison's building out in Abilene, Texas. Abilene, Texas was the sticks. Do you see these people are buying up the damn sticks? Think about that for a few moments. Abilene, Texas was the sticks. Abilene, Texas was the rural area. They had oil derricks and oil rigs out there and stuff. But Abilene, Texas, a place that 99% of you never heard of. Only those of you who live in Texas heard of Abilene. I know it because I drive around the world. But there goes Abilene, people. There goes Abilene. They're going to bring over a bunch of immigrants from India. Those will be the job builders. Our data plant's going to make 200 or 300 jobs, that's a place the size of Manhattan and only 300 jobs. How can you have something the size of damn me Manhattan and it only creates 300 jobs? And those will all be imports from other countries, not locals. Not locals. No, I mean, we just stopped them from building a data center in Shreveport. The one in Richland Parish, forget about it, this wrap. They wanted to build one in Shreveport. They want to take 1 million gallons of water a day from Cross Lake.
Nigga, what?
They wanted to build a data center in Shreveport that would gobble up 1 million gallons a day from Cross Lake. Forget about the power grid. 1 million gallons a day. It narrowly got defeated by a 4-4 vote. It was a tie vote, which means it didn't pass. The Metropolitan Planning Commission it lost only because half the commissioners wanted it, but the other half didn't. That's the only thing that stopped it. A mid-sized city, and they wanted 1 million gallons a day from our water supply to create 100 to 200 jobs. By the way, it will only create 100 to 200 jobs, 1 million gallons a day, double the load on the electrical grid, and the 200 jobs, which is peanuts, won't even be local people. It'll be folks they brought in, which they deliberately did not emphasize during the meeting. Do you all understand that how much do you have to make to be able to survive in that environment? Because that's where you're at today. Your rural areas are the prime real estate. Elon built the gigafactory out there outside of Austin. They built that multi-billion-dollar chip factory out there too. These are in the so-called rugged in Arizona. They built in the desert, the so-called rugged rural areas, people. This is where, do you realize that's become the prime real estate for commercial ventures now? You talking about going to a rural area. Do you realize what's happening in these rural areas? You need to pick up a newspaper, start doing some Googling about what's happening in these, quote, rural areas. No, what's really happening, not what you're fantasizing or assuming is happening. You need to go take a look at what's really happening. I mean, they're not buying up little tracts of land. They're buying up gargantuan pieces of land. Now, you are a man who wants to have social viability in this environment. This one. Not the fantasy one in your head. This one. What type of life are you expecting to live? Are you ever going to be able to achieve your dreams? Is the question I'm asking you. Your parents' dreams, they wanted to have a white picket fence and 2 cars. Okay, but what if yours was, man, one day I'm going to drive a Mercedes SL. One day I'm going to drive a GT. One day I'm going to have a Porsche 911. One day I'm going to have a Range Rover. What about you? Will you actually, your parents got theirs, your grandparents got theirs, all of them passed you the bill. Will you ever get to have yours? Ever. Ever. In the chat room, Kareem, y'all need to just quit with the hopium. Talk about what you gonna do. Let us know. Call back after you've actually done it. Jamaica is not the spot. Anybody who's been to Jamaica knows, good luck not getting kidnapped, but yeah, that's not the spot. But like I say, look, I mean, when folks are powerless, they resort to coping. They hand out their fantasies, and here's my wish fulfillment. Well, one of these days, man. So, hey, look, I ain't mad at you. I recognize it for what it is. I recognize it for what it is. Look, folks start fantasizing Nirvana, Never Neverland, somewhere over the rainbow. Somewhere over the rainbow is, there's the place, there's my refuge, somewhere out there, somewhere. Yeah, because it's not where they are. So they got to keep themselves hopeful, keep themselves motivated, because the math is devastating. The math is just devastating. It really is. Fantasy and wish fulfillment. However, you might disagree. You just might. Therefore, we're going to go ahead and open up the link to the Zoom there in the chat room. I pinned it to the top of the chat. So those of you in the chat room, you are more than welcome to go ahead and give us a call and weigh in. I know tonight's a heavy subject. You're going into the holiday season. Did y'all hear about Black Friday? A bunch of folks were out there buying on Black Friday. Well, they're not going to tell you there's small price stuff there, man. They can't afford it. People are trying to have some escapism. They're trying to feel like, well, if I can't do the big things, can I do the small things? If I can't do the big things, can I at least do the small things? And this is where we are today. This is where we really are today. In case nobody told you. Before we do, I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who's contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, shout out here to Dr. Cunningham. Thank you very much for your support, Dr. Cunningham. We appreciate that. Shout out to Young Investor, my man Logic Before Emotion. Thank you very much for your support tonight, brother. We appreciate that as well. The Gentleman Lounge is giving out memberships, the gift that keeps on giving. It is time for the holidays. So there's that as well. Rodney Scott, E305MGC, thank you very much for your support, and to everyone else here. And I just want to be clear here tonight. This is one of these times here where it has to be comforting. Do you realize the other YouTube channels, they're giving you success porn? They're giving you success porn. And that's what their channels are fueled by. They know the math isn't working. Other people sell you wish fulfillment and success porn. They sit around their tables with 20 chicks as if that somehow translates to you. As if somehow them having 20 bimbos from Instagram around the table, as if that's somehow some benefit or some role model or some example for you. This is where you really are today. This is where it's really at today. For a man to be respected, you can't be struggling and simultaneously respected. Not today. Not today. Coming out of the Great Depression, maybe the guy who worked at the car plant and worked 40 hours a week and took care of his family in their little suburb. Okay, that was different. Today, it's a whole lot different, man. And by the way, one of the things that he said in the article that I said to you all years ago, think about that. I said this over a decade ago. They're just now saying this in the corporate media. I said it a decade ago, and they were saying it was wrong. Hell, they're still arguing with Mr. Green today. I said it over a decade ago that, by the way, have you compared the houses built in 1940 and 50 to the houses built today? Man, they're totally different. The house that your grandmama was happy being in, her granddaughter is not.
And deal with it, nigga.
You keep talking about what your grandmama was happy with. Take a look at grandma's house. Take a look at the one that the female you're with expects today. Grandmama was happy with a house that her granddaughter would not even acknowledge. That's not her dream house. Grandmama's house she'd been happy with was not grandmama's dream house. Your granddaughter is like, I want my dream house and my dream car. And you're like, well, that's going to be a whole different animal. The house that your granddaughter wants today is the house that grandmama said was the rich side of town, not the working class. Oh, that's the rich side of town. Yeah, that's where her granddaughter wants to be. Granddaughter is no longer satisfied with the house and the neighborhood that grandma was in. Let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom right quick. Let me see if we can get Jay up here on Zoom. Jay, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, brother? This is Julian Johnson, man, by the way of Humble, Houston, Texas. Everything you were saying is right. A lot of people don't know, like West Texas, I worked out there in the oil field, like I told you before, and it's expensive as hell out there in Midland and Odessa. Just those two towns alone, I was surprised that the rent alone was just as expensive or more expensive than Houston and Dallas, just for a one-bedroom place. And ain't hardly no space, and a lot of people don't know about that. So the cost of living is just crazy, you know, in a small town. And in Abilene nearby, like you were saying, it's crazy. They running out of land there because of a bunch of urban sprawl. So everything you're saying is really crazy.
And these are your so-called rural areas.
Yes.
Everybody talks about Dallas and Tarrant County. Everybody talks about Houston, but I'm like, okay, the rural areas.
I mean, it's crazy, man. The cost of living here is crazy. Like a lot of people don't know it. Midland, like if you work out there, they call it Little Havana. There's a lot of people from Cuba and everybody just coming out to work because Florida don't have too many jobs. Try to get in entry level jobs out there. As far as the oil field is concerned, it's just crazy, man. That's all I want to say. I'm just confirming, and you was right on one thing. You said this years ago. Get a blue collar trade. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to do that right now as I'm trying to become an electrician because man, this job market is just crazy, man. I'm B1 and I'll land my plane, bro.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Yeah, y'all. I mean, the so-called rural areas, forget about it. And it's not just there, man. You can go look through other places. Folks are they're sprawling all around right now. They are running everywhere right now, trying to make that happen. They are going everywhere right now to try to make that happen. So it's not that easy, man. It is not that easy. Folks out there don't want to believe it. Don't worry, this generation will believe that. This generation will believe that. Please understand that. You will believe it. You will. In the chat room, 409 dude, I need you to call up on Zoom. 409 dude said that Jay is lying. Okay, I don't like when folks say things like that. But 409 dude needs to give me a call up on Zoom. So that's not optional. If you're going to say that right there, we need to go ahead and substantiate that. Let me tell you here, it does bad things to your psyche when you are in a world that you can see but cannot touch. It does bad things to your psyche, and as a man, you're walking around Manhattan, you see men who are respected. You know you're in the most well-known city in America, if not the world. That does bad things to your psyche when you're looking to make your mark as all men are wont to do, and you can't. What ends up happening, I mean, it does bad things to your psyche when you know that you are the least desirable option. Do you realize that does bad things to your psyche when you take a look around and you realize that you're the least desirable option? Nobody wants to be eating the scraps. Nobody wants to be picking up the scraps. Nobody wants to be doing that, man. Nobody wants to be doing that. That's not what they want. You want to be respected, man. You want to be respected. And that's a tough thing to be, man, under these circumstances. That's a tough thing to be. I need you all to understand that going forward here, especially for millennials and Gen Y and Gen X too, as a matter of fact here, man, folks ain't got time to play with you about that. This is everywhere. Everywhere. When you were, remember what they tell you was the really golden part of your childhood. The really golden part of your childhood is that you had dreams. You had dreams. You had aspirations. You had things you were trying to do. You were not looking to be minimal in life. That wasn't what you were when you were a child. When you were a child, you had ambition. And then when the world starts putting limits on you, next thing you know, you don't have those ambitions anymore, man. That does bad things to you when you look up here and you don't have those ambitions anymore. This is the world that you're in now, telling you about what you don't need. About what you don't need and what you don't need to have. Meanwhile, the folks talking to you about all that garbage, they got theirs, while they're simultaneously telling you what you don't need. They're telling you about what you don't need. And I want you all to completely lose your appetite for any old spoiled bastard telling you what you're not supposed to have. What you can do without. Why is that? Let me explain something to y'all. Them old niggas from the civil rights era, we all remember this. Back in the 70s and 80s, them old niggas, they wanted to live long enough to buy them a Cadillac. They wasn't working to drive the old pickup truck. That's why your grandmama and granny and grandpa and them, that big old long ass Cadillac Fleetwood Brougham. That was what they wanted. They all wanted to sit up here and show up at church one day. That was the meeting spot. So they was just working. So eventually one day they'd be able to buy that Cadillac, pull up to the church with everybody else and step on out. And I'm talking about style and profile. Your grandmama be wearing the all white suit with the white hat and the white gloves and her nice white purse. And okay, while they telling you not to aspire to anything, these are the critical parts of the story they leaving out. Them folks there, they were not minimalists. Those people were not minimalists. While they're telling you to downsize, they weren't minimalists. And by the way, when Cadillac went out of style, them same old niggas sat up here and got a Mercedes. He got us niggas. I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
Them old bastards sat up here and they were not minimalists. They went from Cadillac to Mercedes to BMW. Oh, they ain't down. I'm talking about the BMW SUVs. Knees don't work right. Eyes don't work right. Driving a damn BMW X7. Okay, they weren't born with that. They aspired to that, and the system gave them that, and they passed the bill on to you. Now it's your turn, and they will freely admit that the houses that they were in, well, that's not the house you need to be in. Okay, well then your aspirational car doesn't need to be a Cadillac or a BMW. We need to bump that on up to Range Rover, Maybach, G-Wagon. That's the aspirational car for you, and then they telling you you don't need that. Well, look here, you old, wrinkled, crippled, decrepit bastard. You didn't need a Cadillac Fleetwood neither. You didn't need a damn Mercedes neither, but you got one. Now, why is it you need to get one even though you didn't need it, but I don't have to have one? You can have the Cadillac or the BMW or the Mercedes of your day, but you sitting up here telling me about what I don't need to have. Meanwhile, you didn't need that S-Class neither, but your old ass got it. If it's legit for you, how the hell is it all of a sudden it ain't legit for me? Because you don't want me asking questions about who stole the wealth and the money and the resources. You don't want me asking that. Now, all of a sudden, they telling you about what you don't need. You don't need to have that. Why you want to do all that there? For the same damn reason your old wrinkle ass needed to have a Cadillac Fleetwood. I need to have that for the same damn reason you needed that S-Class. The same reason. Whatever you needed it for, that's why I need it. And that's why I'm saying to the rest of you here, I'm not flossing or nothing. I'm saying to the rest of y'all, hey, I know what you're going through. Don't let these people tell you that what's happening to you is right. And don't let some old loser failed nigga who doesn't want to come to grips with the reality tell you it's not right either. Yes, you should want that. Yes, you should. Everybody else ate fat off the land. Everybody else was living high on the hog. And then you show up and all of a sudden they tell you poverty shall be thy destiny. What the hell? If poverty was not good enough for them, why the hell is it all of a sudden it's got to be good enough for you? So you can subsidize it for them? Don't let any of them tell you that this is right or this is acceptable or this is okay. No, it is not. It's great and wonderful for all you cats out there still pushing your Dodge Chargers, but I will tell you just one thing here. No disrespect at all. At what point do you cross over from being the teenager with a Dodge Charger? Now you're in your 30s, Dodge Charger. Now you're in your 40s, still Dodge Charger? Wait a minute, bro. You know there's more cars out. You haven't had any life changes since then. No personality changes. No evolution of standard of life changes. No evolution of perspective change. You're still the same person at 40 that you were at 20? Yeah, don't try to hide behind that. I really like Dodge Charger. Nigga, what? Dude, you're still the same person at 40 that you were at 20? You failed to evolve? What's going on? Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom right quick. Let's see if we can get Shakir up here on Zoom for me. All right, Shakir, what's on your mind?
Hi, Jason. You spoke of ambition. It reminded me something. There used to be a show that came on TV called Kung Fu, where Master Po would had a young student who was referred to as the grasshopper. And the young boy, he had failed at some sort of a task. And Master Po told him, he said, the only thing you failed was your own ambition, and that the key was to be selfless. Through being selfless, you enable yourself to be filled. I know that's a bit philosophical, but you also mentioned earlier that women require love and affection, and that men require respect. And then that made me think of Stevie Wonder's Living for the City. I'm sure you've heard that track. And in that track, his parents gave the boy love and affection to keep him strong, moving in the right direction, but he ends up getting played by a slick guy in the city who disrespected him. Here, run this across the street for me for $5. Now, what the lyric probably should have said was his parents give him respect and correction because men require respect, which is what you said. And the correction part comes in where James Brown said, Papa don't take no mess. But he didn't cuss, he didn't raise a whole lot of fuss. But when we did wrong, Papa beat the hell out of us. If the boy's parents and Stevie Wonder's Living for the City would have given him respect and correction, he wouldn't have probably gotten played for that $5.
Yeah, I mean, very good point there as well. So yes, there has to be evolution and there has to be perspective about it. Absolutely does, because whether you playing the game or not, everybody else is. Everybody else is playing the game, even if you're not. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Well, here's the thing, by the way, and this is why we are interactive radio. This is why we are the definitive school of power dynamics, because I don't just let folk come up into my program. I don't let folk get in my chat room and just say silly, stupid stuff. I don't allow that. We have all this disinformation out there. I'm probably one of the only sources of real information you can count on two fingers. And I take this extremely seriously because this is your future. This is your future that we're talking about here. This is not a game. This is your future. So when somebody comes in my chat room like 409 dude, that was not a request. 409 dude needs to be calling up. If he doesn't, he'll be removed, because this is very, very important that we have accurate information. Let me get AT right quick before we go into something a little bit deeper here. So we'll see if we can get AT up here. All right, AT, what's on your mind?
Jason, excellent broadcast as usual. As you were talking, I pulled up my pay stub. I've had more money taken out of my account, out of my paycheck for SSI than what some people make in a year. I looked at my paycheck. I had almost $47,000 in taxes taken out this year. And I'm thinking, like, I can never say this word correctly. Millennials, we are breaking our backs working to pay for the older generation. Not only do they get Medicare, Medicaid, they get SSI, they get pensions, and we don't get none of that. And we're working, hustling. And that's why people are afraid of the younger generation not wanting to work, because, like, it's like the money, we're not going to see a return on our money. Like half our paychecks are just gone in taxes before we even get to do anything. Imagine if we had that money in our pocket to do something with. It's crushing, man.
And you notice that the biggest thing they keep yelling about, a bunch of old bastards who are already retired, and nobody wants to discuss raising the retirement age because Social Security really was back when life expectancy was only an additional 5 or 6 years. Now life expectancy is an additional 10 to 15 years. But there haven't been any changes. Yeah, because the old bastards want to make sure they get theirs and they can leave as quickly as possible. They want to cash out and retire as quickly as possible before the roof falls in because they know what they left to you. They know that the roof is falling in. And they're not being honest with you. They just want to hurry up and cash out before it falls in on them.
Yeah, it's very depressing to see. And I know a lot of people here can relate. You work 40, 50, almost 60 hours a week, and then you just see you get destroyed by taxes. And the biggest tax that they take out of your check, your deduction, is the OASDI, the old age survivor disability. And it's like, damn, it's like, will we ever catch a break? But it's crazy because I know a lot of high income black men. I know engineers. I know some doctors. I'm in the medical field myself. I'm a pharmacist, so I'm around surgeons and stuff like that in my workplace. And we're just talking, at lunch sometimes, and it's like, damn, man, you can't catch a break. And they say, yeah, go get high income jobs, but high income jobs come with high income.
You're the ones who get taxed. Yeah, they moved the taxes away from the poor. That's the Democrats' base. They moved away from the rich, and they dropped all the taxes on the ones in the middle, who are primarily the most productive, working age. And yeah, you're the one that when I say that the bill was passed on to us, to you, that's what I mean. I mean that. Everybody else is done. And here's the thing about the government. The government is complicit. And by that, what I mean is take a look at the federal government. Those are a bunch of baby boomers. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. So let me get this straight. The folks who robbed the damn bank are also the ones in government making sure that they're covering their exit. Yeah. The ones who robbed the bank and left you with an empty safe deposit box have now conspired to get together and conceal their exit and conceal the crime. Or at least if they can't hide it, prevent you from being able to do anything to rectify it. Yeah, that's the reason why. They're the ones who robbed you.
Yeah, and I know it's kind of maybe a little bit off topic, but I work in Charleston, and that Lowe's hotel you always talk about is opening, I think, this spring, and it's like, who are going to be the people that are going to be staying there? Because the people in my generation, I mean, we can't afford the nightly rate there. It's like it's a bunch of old people with old money that's going to be staying there and coming in from all over the United States and maybe even the world just to stay there. It's like, damn, you can't even enjoy some of the nice amenities in your city because you
Charleston is so damn crowded. For those of you who don't know, Charleston, South Carolina is so damn crowded. It is crazy. It is insane. There's a street there called Ashley Phosphate. There's a street there called Ashley Phosphate. And if you've never been out there, never traveled there, going to the beach or whatever, I'm not even going to tell you where Ashley Phosphate is. You'll know it when you get there. When traffic bottlenecks up on you on the freeway, you'll know it when you get there. And this is in Charleston, man. This is not, Jacksonville or something. This is Charleston. A place that most of you think, isn't that a small place? Well, I guess technically it kind of is, but it is completely packed and overrun, which is exactly what I warned you all about Over a decade ago, I was telling you all that all those New York transplants, they already filled up Florida. It's like filling up from the bottom of the United States, going up now. I said, they're going up into Georgia. Now you see in Atlanta, half the folk in Atlanta now are from New York. And I said, it's only going to move up into the Carolinas. What do you know? It's there.
Yeah, it's a constant thing here because a lot of these people from up north, they move down here and then they try to get involved in the school board and they try to get involved in the city council and stuff like that. And they try to change things and make things the way it was up north. And some of the people that live down here are like, you guys are increasing our lifestyle costs with housing because they're coming down with all cash offers. You can't compete with all cash offer if you're a young guy or a young couple.
You are their rural area. Yeah, your state where you're their rural area for them.
I live about maybe 30 to 45 minutes right outside of Charleston, and half my neighborhood is people from up north, Pennsylvania, New York, West Virginia, Ohio. And I'm like, damn, does anybody from South Carolina live in my neighborhood?
No, I mean, they picked up their pensions, their 401ks, their annuities, their investments. They basically cashed themselves out and said, screw it, I'm going down to the Carolinas, now Tennessee, Kentucky is starting to see it happen, Georgia. I'm going to just take everything I got, and they put it all on buying a house. So if you want to know where the all cash offers come from the families, they basically take out all their savings, all their investment and whatnot, something that you are completely unwilling to do. They've taken out all theirs from up north, and down they come to where you are.
And it used to be, hey, Charleston was where all the old money and all the people came down to buy, right outside Sullivan's Island, all these different islands, James Island, Daniel Island. But now you can, to kind of take it up maybe 2 hours north to Myrtle Beach. I mean, if you haven't rode through Myrtle Beach, man, recently, oh my God, it's
dude, like they built. I want y'all to understand. I said this a decade ago too, that Florida is full. They've taken everything on there's the Atlantic side and then the Gulf side. The Gulf side is really residential, so you're not going to see a bunch of beaches prop up over there. For those who've never been to Florida or don't know how it's made up, the Atlantic side is where all the quote beaches are. You got beaches on the Gulf side too, but that's really more up in the north, so Pensacola, Clearwater. But when you go down further, that's like Fort Myers and Sarasota and Naples and all those places you hear about there. So that's really residential. So you see a lot of boats. You don't see beaches. You see a lot of boats and a lot of marinas on that Gulf side of Florida. So as a result, all the beachfront property in Florida has been taken. That's been taken and bought up for the most part. I mean, there's just that's been overrun and that which will be overrun. But Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Daytona, Cocoa Beach, Jacksonville Beach, all that's gone. They've been took that. So what they did was they started looking for other places. Now you moved up into Georgia, and Myrtle Beach and things used to be a place where the college kids from New York used to go. They didn't want to be up there, and they didn't want to go down to Florida. So college kids in New York, that Myrtle Beach was their lick for them because it didn't cost them anything. So they can go hang out on the beach, and it didn't cost anything. That's gone. But what I'm telling you is that all of them are. So Wilmington, Myrtle Beach, Virginia Beach, up there in north of that in near the Hamptons. I mean, all that's gone, bro. All the little bastard stepchild ones, Chesapeake Bay and all that, all the bastard step kids. Oh, no. That's where all the real investment money is going now, because that's where the cheap stuff is. And they're like, hell, we've already perfected our formula in California and Florida. Now we can own these other places. We can own Myrtle Beach. We can own Wilmington. We can own all that.
Yeah. Just one last thought. This push to work in trades. I think my generation, we went to school and we went to college maybe early 2000s, mid 2000s, and it was this push for the college degree. And, I've always been on the notion that there's certain degrees that you need to go to college for. If you want to get into be a doctor, or be a lawyer, or be an engineer, go get that degree. But there's, like you said, the trades, and it was never really pushed in high school. Like you watch those movies from like the early 90s, late 80s, and they're talking about wood shop and mechanic and all these other skilled trades. And it's like when I was in high school, we didn't have any of that. They had computer lab and they had healthcare professions and they had all this. So I was
and that was a scam too, because computer lab was not preparing you for anything. You have the most dysfunctional, pointless computer program. Okay, you get introduced to a keyboard. All right, a computer is not a foreign object to you at that point. That's great. That's wonderful. That's not what they're doing in India. That's the problem. Back in the 1980s, India, however, whatever other dysfunctions they might have economically, they went all in on computer science for elementary school, for grade school. That was the difference. India went all in for computer science, not computer literacy, which is what they teach you. In America, they teach you computer literacy, which is a damn given today. They are not actually teaching you computer science. They're not preparing you for anything. They weren't doing it in the 90s when you and me were in school, and brother, they ain't doing it today. They're not doing it now, except at certain select schools. That's why you see so many quote unquote Asians coming over here and they're all propped up on computer science and stuff. Well, yeah, that's because they're actually teaching them something. They're teaching them something they can use from the earliest ages, not computer literacy. And it's all deliberate, brother. It's all deliberate. They gutted the schools. They started that under Reagan. They gutted the schools because their goal was to reduce the number of schools because, of course, we need our property taxes, old bastards. They got rid of skilled trades. Okay, good, because, by the way, that breaks the unions. What? Oh, yeah, one more thing. By crippling skilled trades, well, guess what that does? That breaks the unions. One of the few pathetic things the workers had going for them. Well, if we cripple the trade union, if you can't join the trade union if you ain't got a trade skill, and it'll be a lot harder for you to do that after you get out of college than if we had just introduced that to you in elementary school like we've always done. So there was a method to the madness. It wasn't accidental. There was a method to the madness. They did it for a reason. They did it deliberately. And that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to do this.
Yeah, even Trump recently, when I forgot who was interviewing him, and they were talking about H-1B1 visas, and the lady asked him, so you don't think there's enough skilled workers in the United States? And he said something to the effect of, no, there's not. And he's right. There's not enough skilled workers because that's not what's being taught in the schools.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely enough people, but the schools are not focusing on that. And once again, Donald Trump, who one part moron, one part dunce, if he had any sense, you would have undone everything Obama did, including Common Core. You would have had you would not have Linda McMahon trying to close the Department of Education. You would have a radical transformation of American education across the board, and you would lock it in for the next decade. It would be locked into law for the next decade that you would actually teach the real damn thing. But please understand, that's not what they want. Elon Musk is an immigrant, and people keep forgetting this. You know who else is an immigrant? Steve Ballmer.
What? Nigga, what?
I didn't know that.
Go to Steve Ballmer's YouTube channel, and he had a video. I might do you all a solid and pull it up. He's got a video on his YouTube channel. Oh, he loves to weigh in on business and stuff like that. And in one video in particular, he wanted to let you know that he was the son of immigrants. And y'all need to understand the value of immigrants. Well, he's the son of... Oh, folks didn't know that. Oh, that... You thought the Indian fella running Microsoft today, you thought that was where it's... Oh, no. But by the way, it goes back further than that. Do I got to remind you, Steve Jobs? Oh, I'm sorry. See, nobody wants to catch you all up and do a brief recap of the latter half of the 20th century. You want to talk about the tech bros? By the way, what was Steve Jobs' heritage? I'll let you all stop for a moment and go Google about his daddy. I'll let y'all Google that for a few moments if you want to, but Steve Jobs and then Steve Ballmer. I'm like, oh, everybody, y'all got your eyes on Steve on Bill Gates. You didn't look at his partner. You know, the guy who ended up running the company. Nobody was looking at him. Yikes. Oh, man. It ain't accidental, bro. This is way longer, way older. The barbarian's been at the damn gates. Yes, Steve Ballmer, who identifies as an immigrant. Jeff Bezos already ran that down to y'all. He identifies as Hispanic. Oh, well. But Jason, you see which one. He had nothing but rancor for his biological father. It's the stepfather, Bezos, that Jeff admired. He admires him. And I can understand that. That's the man who stayed. Okay, I get it. But by the way, are you all surprised that Jeff Bezos traded in his Anglo wife for a real Latina? Damn! I mean, if I'm just making this up, please tell me why so much of his life is skewed Hispanic in the latter half of it. If I'm just making all this up, he traded in McKinsey for a real, genuine Latina. Yeah. That's not accidental. And those are the ones running it. They are not nearly as cynical about that thing as you are. You like it's Armageddon. We got too many illegals up in. They're not nearly as cynical as you are. Those are the ones making the damn rules and tilting the table and paying off the government and whatnot. Those are the ones doing it. People who either are immigrants or identify as same. Yikes. By the way, I wonder, was his wife an American citizen? Did she actually get American citizenship? Or I don't know. That might be something we want to take a look into. See if Laura Sanchez actually had American citizenship or if she got it through Jeff or whatever the case may be. But yeah, man, y'all ain't ready for it. You're not ready. These other YouTube outlets, they can't tell you. Your other news outlets, they will not tell you what I just told you. Yeah, folks in the chat room are tripping about the Steve Ballmer thing. They're tripping about that. I know some of them are hoping, I hope that nigga is wrong. I would love for him to be wrong. It's okay. So, yeah. All right. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of like looking forward. Like, I'm 39, be 40 next year. But for the younger generation, maybe 20s, what in this new world landscape that's going to be powered by AI and technology and stuff like that? What is your advice for them to, or for me, because I have kids as well? Like, what should we be doing to be guiding our kids so that they can be prepared for this new future?
I'm just going to tell you that the old world is dead and gone, and it's not coming back. So you cannot be unskilled. To be unskilled is to be unarmed. You cannot be a person whose plan is, well, don't worry, I'll be struggling at the bottom. You can't be that, man. You have to have a plan. You have to have gumption. You got to have a strategy. You can't just be hanging around, man. You cannot just be hanging around. That's a death sentence. Your daddy could avoid to do that. As we've covered tonight, it was a radically different environment. They had all the riches and wealth from the Second World War to fall back on. You don't. You don't. So all I'm going to say here is get together, be focused, make sure you're going to have to sacrifice more, stack up more, be more disciplined. And hopefully when you are in charge of the situation, you can make some radical changes when your generation takes over. And you better be focused on taking over, because otherwise you'll just be handing it off to them to control what happens to your generation going forward. And you're already almost 40. So in reality, y'all should be taking over that now. Y'all should really be doing that here now, as a matter of fact. That's really where you want to be. So you're going to have to hunker down and be focused, bro. Focused is the word of the day. It's the word of your life. Focus, focus, focus. That's the only way that you're going to be able to even this out, because they're not going to give you any resources to do it. You are the resource that they are devouring. So anybody and everybody around you who is not about that business, No, man. Just keep the folk who are not serious away from you, even if you're by yourself. It's better for you to be by yourself than have a fool weighing you down. It really is. It really is.
I feel like I got a pretty good wolf pack around me, my guys and stuff. But yeah, I've tried to reach back to the younger generation, especially like my nephew, because I don't have a son, but I have two daughters. But I try to reach back out to him to let him know, like, he's coming of age, he's 16. Like, let him know, man, it's not a game out here. And then for my girls, trying to like just emphasize to them, like, this world is it ain't a nice place, and I'm gonna do my best to arm them with the tools they need to survive in this world. So yeah, man.
Brother, thank you very much for checking in with us tonight here. We definitely appreciate that. Yeah, man, you all are just you're gonna have to learn how to work together. There's pettiness that's out there. There's simplicity that's out there. You can get bogged down in foolishness if you want to. It is very important for you to have folk you can work with, man. Starting with yourself. That's an important thing to think about there. Oh, yeah. One thing here. Because some of you folks don't like this. And that's fine. I'm glad you don't like it. I want this to hurt you. Because you didn't know or you didn't look into it. There's the slow bus dropped you on your head. I don't bring receipts. I bring invoices. I don't just tell you what you paid. I tell you what you owe. This is from Steve Ballmer's YouTube channel. It's named USA Facts. I would argue with that. But by the way, he didn't name it after himself. He's got a YouTube channel called USA Facts. A video that I know most of you have never seen or heard of, but you know me. My feed gives me something different from yours. And I just thought you would like to know that earlier this year, last year, he was worried about how the election was going. I saw the video earlier this year, but early last year, he saw how the election was going by August, so you know who was coming. And Steve Ballmer took it upon himself to do a video to give you all, quote unquote, the facts about U.S. immigration. And I'd like you all to listen to what he has to say. Don't worry, the pertinent part happens at the first minute of the video.
Hi, I'm Steve Ballmer. I spent 34 years growing Microsoft, 10 years owning the LA Clippers basketball team. I love computers, data, and facts. That's why I started USA Facts, to help understand what our government is up to and what's going on in America. I'll share with you the facts and data, all from our government. You make up your own mind. In this episode of Just the Facts, immigration. But first, a quick disclaimer. As I talk, I do a lot of rounding of numbers, but the data you see on screen will be more exact. So now, let's roll. Please note, there's such a swirl of activity on this issue. Things might have changed since I recorded this in mid-June. I can't predict the future, but I'll be reading about it when it happens. Most of us have an immigrant story. My maternal grandparents came to the U.S. from what was then Russia, and my father came from Switzerland. What we're future, but I'll be reading about it when it happens. Most of us have an immigrant story.
Lie.
My maternal grandparents came to the U.S. from what was then Russia, and my father came from Switzerland.
All right. So one of the richest men in the world, Steve Ballmer, Bill Gates' partner, just thought I would take a moment here to let you all know that, by the way, if you want to know how much big money that there is, you want to know why it is your government's not responsive to you, Big money from people who either are or identify as immigrants. Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, Steve Ballmer. We can go down the list. Jason, Larry Ellison identifies as an Israeli. Now he owns TikTok and Paramount CBS, but he identifies as an Israeli. So when you start going down the list of the richest people in America, y'all need to look under the hood. If you want to know why it is that most of them have not come to give you no backup, it's because they work for the side that you fighting against. They're one of them. They spent their lives concealing all that and getting you to think otherwise. No, he's one of them. He's just spent all this time deflecting and distracting you, but no, he's one of them. And it's only now that enough people have made it an issue that now all of a sudden he wants to talk to you about that part. Why didn't he lead about that? He didn't lead with that now, did he? Oh yeah, one more thing. The American media never quizzed him about this stuff either, huh? But as soon as he saw the prevailing winds were going to go against quote unquote illegal quote immigrants, all of a sudden Steve Ballmer is really active. Now, when black folk were fighting white supremacy in 2020, Steve Ballmer was kind of a no-show. But as soon as they start talking about immigrants, all of a sudden it's like they've activated him. So if you ask for business advice, Steve Ballmer's not going to acknowledge your existence. For him to jump up like this when nobody asked, oh, this is what he really cares about. He really cares about this. This is what making all that money was really for. This right here. So to any jackass who would have tried to question me, oh yes, I'm here to make you feel bad. You know, to anybody who would have cried, Jake, don't do about Steve Ballmer ain't no damn immigrant. Okay, you heard what he just told you. We all have an immigrant story, Mr. Ballmer. So you say, I'm not the one who says he's an immigrant. He is the one who said it. That he has an immigrant story. Okay, if he has an immigrant story, then I got a slavery story. I got a Jim Crow story. I got a segregation story. I got a prison industrial complex story. I have a systemic racism story. I got that. So yes, I'm making the ADHD kids mad as hell again. And by the way, while I'm at it, why don't I just go ahead and keep the hits coming? So since Dumbo 409 did not want to call in, we can go ahead and ban him. I don't play this mess. I don't play this mess at all. If you give misinformation, you gonna have to stand on it. You bold enough to sit in the chat room, they lying. Okay, you gonna have to stand on it, dummy. But if you all want to know why he didn't call in, this is the reason right now. You all know me. You know I got it. Well, this is from Zillow. And why don't you take a look at what is available for rent on Zillow? This is what's available for rent on Zillow in Midland, Texas. You can see it on your screens in Midland, Texas. Well, this is what's available for rent. How many of you would like to have a seat in the trailer park?
Nigga, what?
Out. It costs you this much to be in the trailer? All right. It costs this much to be in the trailer, people? Okay. All right. $700. All right. $795. Okay. 400 square feet for rent, people. 400 square feet. This one here says 1,200 plus. I want to see the research on that. This one here doesn't even have the size for it. So, all right. No, I'm not making it up. 400 square feet. Yeah, there's a reason that he didn't call in. You got to understand, the internet is where people, they do their drugs, and I'm not lying. They do their drugs, they do their heroin, they sit up here and do their crack. They've been drinking, they talk stupid. Then they show up in comment sections. This is why there's so much disinformation. This is why I fight this, because I know people on replay may see the comments and be like, whoa, maybe there's something to it. No, there was nothing to it. There was nothing to it. There was no grand design. He didn't have a clue. No, he was as stupid as I'm saying he is. 1,000 square feet, 1 bedroom, $800, 2 bedrooms, $1,060. All right. That's $1,060, not the square feet. 1 bedroom, $800 to $1,060. 1 bedroom, $835. 2 bedrooms, $1,200. That's Midland, Texas. $875. $895. 1 bedroom, 1 bath, 600 square feet. 600 square feet, $895. This sounds like damn me New York, doesn't it? 600 square feet. 600 square feet. Starting to sound like New York. San Francisco. 1 bedroom, $899. 1 bedroom is $899. 2 bedrooms, $1,185. 1 bedroom, 600 square feet, $900. You better get your ass over here and grab this $895 while it's still there. Oh, you thought you were doing bad. You better grab this $895 while you can still get it. He got 600 feet for $895. I suggest you grab it while it's still out there. Because this cat over here is like, well, my 600 is 900. You know, it only goes up from here. It only goes up from here. Okay. 1 bedroom, $924. 1 bedroom, $924. This is Midland, Texas, people. Midland, not Dallas. 1 bedroom, $932. $935 for 1 bedroom. $940. $941. $983. 1 bedroom. 1 bedroom. $995 studio. Okay, I wonder if that studio got wheels. $995 for 1 bedroom. Well, studio is $995. 1 bedroom is $1,230. $999 for 1 bedroom. $1,399 for 2 bedrooms. $999 for a studio. $999 for 1 bedroom. $1,220 for 2 bedrooms. Midland, Texas. $1,000 for a studio with 1 bath. So I suggest you grab one of these ones over here, because now it's $1,000 for a studio. A studio with 1 bath. Now it's $1,000 in Midland, Texas. We're not talking about some great city to be in that regard. I ain't dissing Midland. I'm just saying it's out there. Take a look at these backgrounds, folks. It's out there. $1,000 for 2 beds, 1 bath, 624 square feet. Get in where you fit in. $1,020 for 1 bedroom. $1,020. You thought it was going to get better? Midland, Texas, $1,020. $1,025. $1,045. $1,049. $1,080. $1,085. $1,090. $1,099. That's good, because they are going to tax you. $1,100. 744 square feet. 1 bed, 1 bath. $1,100. Midland, Texas. 1 bedroom, 1 bath. Midland, Texas. 744 square feet. $1,100 for 621. You better grab this 744. You better grab that 744. It don't get no better. And from here, 1,100, 1,121, 1,150, 1,160, 1,200. You get the idea. It keeps going. It keeps going, but that's not the reason I wanted to show you all this. I wanted to show you this because take a look on your screens at the map, people. Take a look on your screens at the map. Do you see the map there? Because that's the thing I really want you to see is the map. When you take a look on your screens at the map, there's one thing you might not have realized. You notice I still have the box there for remove boundary, which means that this is only for what is in Midland, Texas. But there's a factor you need to understand here. When you zoom out from the map, do you see something? Do you notice that in Midland, Texas, all the available quote unquote housing is all confined to the northern side? You go south, ain't nothing down here. Now you are in oil territory. And what I'm saying is that, by the way, if you want to be here in Midland, yeah, you will live in northern Midland. I assure you, you will. You ain't got no choice. You have to be there. There's a reason that 409 Dunce did not call in. Either the liquor, it was the alcohol talking or the bass pipe talking. But by the way, there you go. There you go. In the chat room, Gumbino, it doesn't matter if you go there. It's just going to be more of the same. So all I can say is you're not sure. No, you're not. So just folks want to say that I'm in the chat room. I want to feel smart. You're not. Just no disrespect. You're not. It just isn't. It doesn't help your generation to pass around lies and fables and wishful thinking. Weak, powerless people start resorting to wishful thinking. I'm not here to give you wishful thinking. I'm here to give you facts. I don't deal in wishful thinking. So if you want to deal in wishful thinking, okay, fine. But I'm not going to give you that. I'm not going to give you that. I'm just going to keep it real with you. So if you want to know why he didn't call in, yeah, it's because one quick Zillow search would show you what I see here. We're not making this up as we go along. I don't know how nice you think it's going to be for 600 square feet for $1,100. I don't know how nice you think that is, but okay. Suit yourself. All right, let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom right quick. We got Prince up here on Zoom. What's on your mind, Prince? Wake up, man.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Prince, nigga, if you don't start talking.
I am talking.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, brother. I just making sure I was here.
You are here. You've been here for a minute.
Oh, it just popped up. So, brother, I want to say this to you that they don't understand places like Midland, Texas have their own economy because you know that because of the oil industry, and they pretty solid city. I ain't saying they that big, but they gonna keep everybody that comes in. They always overcharge them, so people coming from the outside are gonna pay more money for everything. That's why they got them relegated to a certain part of town. For right close to downtown area, they come in and come out and work, and they're gonna pay them more money. They're gonna charge more money. When I got my home 20 years ago, people coming from New York, one family paid $400,000 for a house that they could have paid $180,000 for, because they was willing to pay it. So they charged them. So this is the thing, brother. A lot is going on, just like what you said. They are developing all the way. They almost to. They going toward Huntsville, Texas. They going toward Huntsville, Texas, developing all these areas. And Huntsville is almost the midpoint between Houston. Between Houston and Dallas. And people don't understand that. Now, I want to ask you this here, brother. how was you able to make the word boomer a bad word? Because I didn't hear anybody criticizing boomers before you like the way you did.
Well, I mean, it wasn't just me. I was just one among many, to be totally honest. There's been a number of folk who, we didn't own the media. The boomers owned the media. So if you wanted to talk, it was their show. For folks who want to talk about shows tonight for whatever reason. But it was their show. And so we weren't allowed to speak, brother. We weren't given a microphone.
Oh,
they made sure that they never talked to us. And even when we came of age, they still didn't want to talk to us. The internet is literally the only thing that saved us. The only thing that saved us was an alternative format, and everybody moved to that. And that wouldn't have happened if the old media had not tried to monopolize speech. They wanted to decide who got heard and who didn't, and they had their narrative that everything's fine, shut up and go to work, and if things aren't working out for you, just work harder. And when we showed it, we're like, wait a minute, we're comparing numbers here. Y'all run a scam. We didn't have a microphone before, and what they didn't realize was that in the internet age, there are enough of us who compared notes. Not everybody, but we reach a critical mass where there's enough that started comparing notes, and we all came up with the same calculus. That's what they didn't expect. They didn't expect that.
So do they see us as, why do they resent us so much and have so much contempt for us? Do they see us as competitors?
No, they see us as the day of reckoning. You see, they're dependent on you to take care of them. They're dependent on you to make sure that they see they scam out all the way. If you start revolting, the first thing you will do is tell the politicians, no, I don't support this. And they are dependent on you to keep this scam going and to just keep blindly supporting it. You start saying otherwise, and they immediately see that starts taking the air out of it. So they are dependent on all of us to just keep playing along with them. And whenever they say, well, we got to see this out, the hell we do. They are terrified that we will lead the charge for a change in policy.
Yes.
That is what they are terrified of, that we are going to lead the charge for a change in policy. And they're right.
Deal with it, nigga.
Oh, yeah, one more thing. They're right. They're correct. We damn sure are. Absolutely. On account of the fact that they got a messed up deal where they're leeching off everyone. They're old crippled parasites. And that's what they really became. And rather than them seeking redemption, they've decided, man, we just going to parasite on out.
No, but that ain't cool because, see, their parents took care of them and they didn't have to pay no, you know how it was. They didn't have to pay no daycare. Whenever they got into a bind, they could move back home to grandma's house. Then they sold grandma's house. But now that we're trying to take care of the next generation, they trying to ease themselves in and say, hey, what about me? I'm your parent. I'm your this and I'm your that. No, that doesn't work like that. Jason, I want to say this to you, man. There's a lot going on with the military as the wars, they downsize the military. But right now, they just passed the Medal of Honor Act, where a Medal of Honor winner used to get only made $1,400 a month. They're going to be paid $100,000 a year. Tax-free money. And this because most of the Medal of Honor winners are white. There are black Medal of Honor winners, but they don't get it till they're dead or they're 80 years old.
More symbolic signifying. Oh, we support the military, and they, if the government supports it, they want everybody else to. Because, I mean, Prince, when you look on YouTube, one of the most adamant, stubborn advocates for government spending you're going to find are these vets. There's a bunch of YouTube channels talking about getting benefits and this, that, and there and the other. And they are just all about, they don't give a damn what it costs the taxpayer. For a bunch of guys who never went to war, by the way. Some, they went on operations, but they didn't go to war. And all they're doing now is trying to figure out how to make the slop trough bigger, and they are shameless. They look at the American people as a resource to exploit. At this point right now, man, I'm not interested in any more expansion of that. The American military is already too big. It is too big, too bloated, and too damn fraudulent and corrupt when you can have $500 billion every couple of years, quote unquote, unaccounted for. This thing is too big. It's too big. It's got too many people. It's obviously fraudulent. It doesn't need anything else. It needs to be downsized. It needs to be downsized. Disability needs to be done away with altogether. We don't need to increase any pay. If that reduces the number of people who join the military, so be it. Because that's not a loss. If it reduces the number, then you will have an adequately sized military again. You will not have this gigantic mercenary army that you currently do, whose job is to just show up and case the joint, because they're not doing anything, but their job is to have enough manpower to go case the joint, to go be able to retain all this stuff you stole around the damn world. And this is how empires go extinct and collapse, is because the empire spent a bunch of money stealing stuff on their way up. It was worth it, but now it still costs you to hold it. And it's not making anything for you anymore. So all you can really do is start charging your citizens more to, quote unquote, maintain the empire, which is the phase we're in now. Tax the hell out of them to, quote, maintain the empire. If you went in for military service, that's what you're supposed to get. You got the Medal of Honor. That's what you receive. You get national recognition. My God, $100,000.
$100,000.
I mean, what is that supposed to mean? And see, the issue there, the reason why that's a problem is that now that you've given that, now that you said that this is yet another outrageously extreme perk that's being paid for, coming from nowhere. I'm sorry, the national debt. Once again, we're passing it on. Well, if you even talk about rescinding it, here come your veteran YouTube veterans. They're taking one of our benefits here. Is the Medal of Honor. Do you have a Medal of Honor? No, but it's our benefits here. We served our country. And that's what you get.
Well, part of us are not in agreement with it. We don't agree with it at all. And here's the problem. It puts a bad jacket on us because these same people that's getting it, one of them, Dakota Meyer, the one that was going to marry Sarah Palin's daughter, he's talking about what disabled veterans shouldn't get. You should pay for sacrifice, not suffering. So they are using these individuals as political pawns, like cannon fodder, where they'll be the ones speaking. They trying to cut the benefits. Trust me, they trying to do that. But I believe now, Jason, that they got to compensate people for the loss of use of bodily functions, psychological problems. But as you said, that very wise, only 1 out of every 10 veterans ever see combat. And of that, many of them are just in a combat zone. So they consider combat veterans because they're in an area that's considered. There were some people in Turkey that were considered, they were in combat zone doing Desert Storm, but they were nowhere near the action. See, so you are definitely correct about that.
I mean, it's just become a gigantic bloated hustle. They keep expanding things so that folks can, it makes it, the military is not large, outrageously bloated for no reason. It's large and outrageously bloated because that's how you hide all the theft that's going on. And it's like the latter days of WCW. Eric Bischoff was overpaying people to be there. And there were guys who were complaining about it, like Sting. Sting was complaining about, the large contracts. But that did not prevent Sting from demanding a large contract for himself. Exactly. So, yes, he was complaining about it and saying, hey, this isn't good. This isn't, sustainable. And they're like, oh, great, we'll give you a smaller contract. Oh, wait a minute now. You gave Hogan $2 million. Wait a minute. Oh. And it becomes that.
And see, I don't agree with it because I don't believe in hero worship. I do not believe in hero worship. And when people start worshiping heroes, a lot of these guys have fraudulent records. All the white officers going to do is there are generals that write up awards for themselves. There are people that work in admin that walk outside the vehicle, jump back in and get themselves a Silver Star because they work in admin. You understand? And so these are the things that they do. Now, Jason is right that military benefits and pension pimping is going the way of the dinosaur. You better wake up. Trying to hide because all these people on there, you do this, we can get you 100%. If you do that, all that time and talk, this is coming back. And that's why people like, they have other people like Jeff Bezos, his paper, the Washington Post, saying that all these benefits, they showing mainly black men saying they can't walk, but hopping up on the trampoline. They just playing this reel over and over. See, that's how they doing that. Now, Jason, what do you see this? How do you see this going as far as affecting women not being able to do, you talked about it last week, the manual labor. And do you think they're going to be willing to do it at all if they have to?
No, manual labor is the laws of physics. The bottom line is physics is math. Math is undefeated, and it will remain that way. So as long as 50 pounds weighs 50 pounds, women are not, they're going to check out of that before you even offer them the opportunity. They're just going to look at what you're asking them to do, and they're like, yeah, I'm out. Yeah, that's just a deal breaker. That's a non-starter. There's no reason for you to talk about money, payment compensation. There's nothing you can offer me that is going to incentivize me to desire to do that for 8 hours a day. But there's the problem. You think you're going to throw money and benefits. She's like, no. You have to make me want to do that. And ain't enough zeros on the check to make me want to do that for 8 hours a day. You notice I said that whole sentence. You might be able to get them to do that once, and you might be able to pay them a bunch of money to be able to do it. You will not, I don't care how much money you're offering, she is not going to want to do that for 8 hours a day. No. God forbid you put on overtime. So you can't pay her enough to want to do that. And when she gets out there and busts up them knuckles a few times, she'll be like, yeah, this is as bad as I thought it was. And she's going to be out. She's just going to consider that to be punishment.
And the heat. And you know what's going to happen to their hair. Jason, they don't want their hair messed up. All the money they spend to get that done.
I mean, look, there are chicks who work for the electric company. They do. There's some women who work on the line for electric companies. Absolutely. In telecommunications, there sure are. I've never seen a female digging a ditch for the electric company or the telecommunications company. I've never seen that. So, like I say, it's only to a certain extent. Going up on the poles is one thing, and I'm not dissing any female who does. That's great. It's wonderful. I'm talking about picking up that 50 lines of cable. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about digging the ditches with the shovel, which is what you have to do sometimes to bury lines. I'm talking about that. That part right there. No, not the part where the truck helps lift you up there. You just climb a ladder. I'm talking about picking up these things around here. That's where it's going to go bad. Or where you have to put a bunch of torque strength on something. You know, it's real easy to put down 50 pounds of torque. Maybe I'll let you get 60. Once we start getting to 70, 80, 90 pounds of torque, there won't be a female in the room.
No.
Unless she's very fit. Once we get there, they're all gone. And by the way, I'm being generous with the 50 pounds. They're going to be gone. And forget about the weight. That's going to be murder on their elbows, murder on their shoulders. When they have to sit there and pull on a torque wrench, you got to hold that like that. So for smaller amounts, 30, 40 pounds, you might be able to get away with that. Once we get north of 50, get ready for the carpal tunnel and the tennis elbow.
And you know what's going to change, as you said earlier, her attitude. She's going to become more masculine. I saw one woman that could carry the base of a 50 cal, but she's not the type of woman that you want to take on a date.
Yeah, I mean, brother, when you get a chick and tell her to pull on 50 pounds of torque and tell her you'll need to do this for the next 5 years, this is going to be the longest, roughest 5 years of her life. And the woman at the end of those 5 years is going to be a different female than she was at the beginning of it. And not only that, she's not trying to figure out how to do that at 40, at north of 40. You and me don't think about it. We don't even think about it. There is no female who is trying to figure out how to do 50, 60 pounds of labor after the age of 40. She's not. They're just zero. There will be none. None. There won't be a single female in the room. Still be plenty of men. There will be zero females. None.
And see, like you said, you know, that's reflex for us. We going to do it as long as we can. shoulder pain.
To that last time when your back tweaks, or that last time when that rotator cuff, when it's like, whoa, that's a new type of pain. That's what stops men. If we get old enough and it's, oh damn, that was a new type of pain right there. I ain't never felt that before. But we've all experienced that. When you tweak your back that one time, it's like, oh, wait a minute. You tweak your shoulder that time, damn, okay. Especially if you're somebody like me and you've been carrying injuries for years, but I'm still out there doing it. So I'm gonna keep doing it until something breaks for real, you know. But that's us as men. Women are not gonna do that. There is no woman who is seriously gonna sit. Women don't have the pain threshold or the endurance threshold that men do. Women talk about giving childbirth. Baby, look here, men sit still through heart attacks. The reason why men die from heart attacks more than women is because we'll sit there. The women would have went to the hospital. Yeah. The men sit there. So please miss me with that. But you know, for us, we just keep going till the damn thing doesn't work. Like for us, we keep going till we're disabled. Women will not willingly do that. Men are the only ones who will willingly keep working a body part until it's disabled. And they're like, okay, we can do something to help mitigate this, but we can't fix this. You know, you did too many.
Because we're not trying to get nobody else to do our business. We want to do it ourselves. You want something done, you got done right, you got to do it yourself, and we'll teach the other one. Now, Jason, with the women, you made an interesting point earlier about them not making women too soft. And you made another very key point that a woman has to say, you know, is this guy going to be the best that I get? And so the first question is, how should men move? And you were saying it earlier, to not make a woman too soft. You got to hold her accountable. You talk about the working kept woman.
Yeah, I mean, that's what tonight's program is about, is this reality. It's about this reality because for the guys at the top, man, you have to be a certain type of female to qualify for that. Because along with the fact that we're telling you that basically you got to make six figures to not be in poverty. Okay, the guys who are winning, all the way winning today in this environment, they're working harder than they ever had and doing more than they've ever done.
Yes.
And okay, well, that comes at a cost. If you're going to be a female taking up space on his stage, oh, baby, then you got to pay for that. You got to pay to stand on this porch. You don't get to just stand here. So you have to be a certain type of woman to qualify for that dude. The guy who is driven, and not just driven and spinning his wheels, he's driven and getting results. Oh, no. The cost of everything has gone up. Tuition, food, electricity, a man who gets results, a top value man. Yeah, everything's gone up, including what it takes to be the female who's going to make. If you're a female who expects him to make you his only option, but then again, that's out the window today too.
Yes.
So, I mean, a fella is not going to make $1 million a year, have multiple options of everything else, and one female is the option. That's not going to work unless he's just old and health failing or something. He just can't get around. If he's a fella making 7 figures and he can still get around, or if he's making, guaranteed for the guys making $500,000 a year or more, certainly at $500,000. And he really bleeds down to 250. But if he's making over $500,000, no, ma'am, exclusivity is not something you can demand. You can't really demand exclusivity when you got Akon with 4 or 5 females and Neo with 3 or 4 chicks and Nick Cannon. Okay, you got that going on out here and you think you can demand exclusivity? No. You can demand exclusivity from Mr. 50,000. You can probably demand it from Mr. 100,000. Mr. 250 is iffy. 500K or more, baby, you ain't got no chips or cards to negotiate with.
And her making 6 figures or more is no type of leverage when it comes to a peak value man.
If he's making 500, what's your 100 for? First of all, you were not sharing your 100,000 when he was making 100,000. That's the first problem. So you can't threaten him nor leverage with it. That 100,000 might as well not exist because you are not contributing that 100,000 to anything of consequence. You want your 100,000 to be completely optional. That was the history of Kevin Samuels. At least he talked to a bunch of females, and what they all say is that they want their income to be optional. They do not want it to be needed. They don't want it to be necessary. They want yours to be necessary and hers to be optional. Well, if that's what it's going to be, you don't have anything to negotiate with.
See, if they want theirs to be, sometimes women seem like they contradict themselves. So if they want theirs to be, optional, why in the world, when it's time to go places, oh, I got to do this at my job? Well, if you're going to be fully committed, shouldn't they be willing to focus and arrange what they need to be with their man? But they saying they want theirs to be optional when they want it to be optional.
Yeah, but when they go to the Chris Brown concert, they can give Chris Brown $1,100 to take a picture. So all of a sudden, they have no problem paying the man.
Yes.
They'll pay Chris Brown just to have a picture with him. So just understand, if they're willing to pay Chris Brown, they're letting you know, oh, she is willing to do it.
Yes.
Oh, she's willing to do it. Well, she just told you it's just not for you.
Not for you.
I'll do it for Chris, not for you. Okay, that's disrespect.
And you know so amazing about that? You've never heard one woman complain about giving money to Chris Brown, that I didn't get what I deserved. And he gave them nothing tangible, but some of them holding them up in the air on their booty. But
he gave them some attention for a few moments, which attention is currency to females. So he gave them attention, and they knew they would get attention if they post a picture of Chris Brown. Here's the crazy part. There's literally, dozens and dozens of those pictures out there? Brother, do you realize that they're vicariously sharing him?
Damn! But they say they don't share.
Yeah. They don't share for you. No. They don't share for you. They will gleefully, happily, proudly share for the one they really want. But when they say that to you, they won't share for you. But they will, all them pictures out there, oh, you hoes are willing to share Chris. And you're doing it vicariously. You are openly, vicariously sharing him. There's, as I say, these plenty of chicks out here throwing caution to the wind. They breaking up their marriages, breaking up their relationships to go do that. So they can vicariously share Chris Brown, just so they can have that 30 seconds of exposure to him face to face. That to them is worth giving up the rest of their life and marriage.
How do you explain that mindset, brother? That I don't know, starved for attention or entitled to what whatever they want, the feeling they want to experience, that they willing to lose everything. They said, but I got this opportunity, even though she had to pay for it.
Because they're lying to you.
Go ahead and tell the truth.
And the truth of the matter is, nobody wants to admit that they're just lying to you. What they're telling you is not reality. What they're telling you is what's fit for your consumption. What she does is what matters. And what she did with Chris, now that's what she meant to do. That's what's been hiding all this time. And everything else she's been doing has been intended to conceal that from you. To make you think that's not what she's like. Or either you just ignored it. Either which way, that was just to conceal it from you. What she did on that stage with him, what she did on that stage with Usher, what she did on that stage with them dudes, oh, that's the real her right there. That's what she meant to do. That's what she really believes. Right there.
And never believe a woman when she say, I grew that in my 20s. I'm not that. Some of these women are not in their 20s. They still want that chance to be with a producer or in the proximity of one. Jason, if a man, what can these men do if they woman, they not on their job, and if a producer walk in the room, they woman start showing them attention? Should they just get rid of them and get their game up, or what? When guys are so, they put themselves in a situation where they try to buy a woman or whatever, and then what they really want come along, and they wouldn't drop what they saying or doing. How should these men, especially young men, deal with that? Just walk away?
Most males today are so desperate for sexual access and sexual attention that they just want to be lied to. So coming in the door, if you are not her favorite place to be, that tells you everything you need to know. If you are not her favorite place to be, if she is not demanding to be in your company, if she's not your favorite place to be, if you're not her favorite place to be, that's it. She's showing you what your value is. And most men, unfortunately, don't even have the option. They don't have the option of insisting on that. They're grabbing a chick who doesn't really fool with him, but he somehow showed up when she was down on her luck. Yeah. And now he is trying to convert that into commitment. She was in a weak spot for whatever reason. She didn't have what she really wanted for whatever reason. And rather than him just accepting that, he's seeing, well, let me leech onto you long enough. And if I just hang on your back long enough like a praying mantis, I'll wear you down. Like the old Steve Urkel joke, I'm wearing them down. Dude, if you have to wear a female down, this is not where you want to be. Because it's not going to change the fact that at the end of the day, you wore her down, but she still doesn't desire you.
Oh, so you saying not only is the woman being exploitive, the guy is being exploitive in what he's trying to get out of her.
Yes. I mentioned this the last couple of weeks here that simps are closet narcissists. They desperately want to believe they're better than somebody. Russell Wilson wants to believe he's one of the cool kids. That was the reason he wanted Ciara, because he looked at all the real niggas and he's like, okay, they got a chick like Ciara. All he could do was get Ciara past her expiration date. But what it really revealed was that, oh, you are a little closet narcissist and everything Marshawn Lynch said about you is true. And we probably don't even know the half. So when you see these simps, don't feel sorry for them, whether it's Akash or whatever. They're closet narcissists who thought that the female they were with was going to show the rest of you that they were better than you. And in reality, just understand, simps are closet narcissists. They really are. So they think they're getting over. They think they're pulling something slick. And when it finally reveals itself, they either just disappear altogether or they come back squealing and crying.
Now, Jason, I don't know if you saw the clip from Oprah where she's sitting up there talking about her friend, and her friend's daughter said she didn't want nothing to do with her. Do you think this has been a trend? I noticed in the military, a lot of young women, they join the military to get away from their mothers.
It's always been like that. Once they actually had the ability to do so. As men, women know that everything we're saying is true because they feel this. They see the same thing with their mamas and their grandmamas. It's not some great big love fest. They know that female culture is broken and poisoned and wrong because they don't get along with their grandmas. They don't get along with their moms. They don't have a good relationship with them. Okay, baby, if you're the daughter and you ain't got a good relationship with that harpy, that vulture you call a mother, what the hell you upset with the men for just saying it?
Exactly.
We're saying exactly what you've been saying. So the women start joining that sisterhood of failure and they close ranks, but we're not saying anything they don't already know. The real problem, I think, is that they see a lot of their mamas in themselves, and that becomes problematic. I'll let you have the last word.
Jason, what is the new so what a person got to make? I think you said $250,000 a year just to be on top of it, because I'm telling you, 120,000, that ain't nothing here in Texas no more, even if you've been there for a long time.
Look, $150,000 will work in any city in Texas so long as you remain healthy and keep your job.
What about with if you want to have a wife and children? You think it's going to be more like 250?
That's going to start to weigh on you. What I'm saying is that I will find that difficult to make a long-term plan under those circumstances. Just remember, for whatever loan you're going to get, you're usually going to get about 3 times your yearly income.
Yes.
So if you're making 150, congratulations, you qualify for a median home. Is that in Sugarland? Is that in Pearland? Is that in Plano?
No. That ain't even in Fulshire. They got houses in Fulshire for $400,000. We dropped it down to 370.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, is that in your head it plays out one way. When you go out in here into the market, you'll find out what reality really is. But then again, you already know. So, I think what's happening is, the other thing is that because so many people have not been able to start families in their 20s, they've become psychologically stagnated.
Yes.
So because things kind of stagnated economically and socially after they got out of high school, they've basically frozen intellectually there. So this is how you have men in their 40s talking about the Dodge Charger is the car. Because basically, socially, he's exactly where he was 20 years ago. And the rest of his life demonstrates that. And so when he talks to you that way, that's why it's like, yeah, he doesn't realize numbers don't add up. Well, that's because he is still talking about what it takes to maintain a college student or a male in his early 20s. 20 years later, if he hasn't progressed, that's still the standard for him. And when you talk to him about it, that's what he responds to you with. Not a man who is growing and progressing beyond that, if that's the case. So, no, you're talking to guys who, that's it. The train stopped and it froze there. And even though it's obsolete, they're still responding to you with that psychology.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's what happened to them. So, a lot of growing up and learning. But by the way, it's everywhere now. And you know, I used to live in Dallas and whatnot. Been all over the place, and I watched it happen over the course of the last 3 decades. I watched Dallas go from a place that was basically Shreveport, just bigger, to trying to compete with Los Angeles and New York with prices. I watched Dallas go from being a place that didn't have a penthouse or an ambassador suite in the entire city to having 5-star hotels over there, and if you want to spend $5,000 a night, they got a place you can do it.
So where people live at a bargain price in some of these states, is everybody going to become homeless, Jason? Jason, I'm just wondering,
okay,
man.
Take a look at New York. I've been saying this for years. If you all want to know what their goal is, take a look at New York, specifically Manhattan. Take a look at that. What will the city be? The city, if they have their way, will be Manhattan.
Yes.
Dallas, downtown, Olive, all those streets down there, that if they have their way, that will be Manhattan. Take a look at the gigantic LED signs on the side of the AT&T building in downtown Atlanta, in downtown Dallas. It reminds you of Times Square, 34th Street, right across the street from Macy's. That's the goal. That's not accidental that's there. It's not accidental. Los Angeles, you got LA Live. That's literally their version of Times Square. That's not accidental, people. This is the model. This is the model. This is the template. The city will be Manhattan, and the rest of you will be working in the other areas that they haven't invaded just yet. But that's what it will be. Downtown Houston, it will be all the way out to Memorial and whatnot. That will be Manhattan. That's the idea. That's the goal. Now in Houston, you're a little bit different, but then again, you're seeing this everywhere else. They think they're being slick, but they're really not. They've decided now that everybody doesn't want to be Manhattan. So the strategy now is a fusion of Manhattan and San Francisco.
Yes.
That's what you see in downtown Houston today. Downtown Houston today is a fusion of one part Manhattan, another part San Francisco. Both parts hideously overpriced.
You know why you telling the truth, Jason? Because they got right out, well, you can really call it downtown, Montrose, Westheimer, that area, kind of where the LGBT and a lot of other different things happen over there. That become very expensive.
No, you see the white hipster kids. I've seen them. You know, they got their sandals on, their flip flops, their their $40 pizzas.
They get on my nerves.
Yes,
they come jack up the prices of everything. They come in there and they don't like being called hipsters, but I do it anyway.
No, they got their ripped blue jeans and their ponytail, the males with their ponytails and whatnot, or wearing their bobs, the fellows with the man buns on their heads. So yeah, that for anybody who hadn't been to Houston in the last 7-8 years, that's exactly what it is now. So yes, it's like a fusion between New York and San Francisco. And that's what the cities are selling it as. That's what they're cultivating it as. That's what they're building. Those people are not coming there because they haven't got amenities for it. They're coming there because folks are making amenities for it. They're making things specifically to mimic those places. So where you don't have high rises, you've got, overpriced eateries and yoga studios and whatnot, and everything, quote unquote, needs to be within walking distance. So they are building and designing these neighborhoods and building out amenities for that aesthetic or for that preference. That's why you're seeing more of them showing up, because people are now building for it.
And they building for nightlife, Jason. I'm talking about I don't know how they doing it. They not really building buildings. It's like a a carport, and all the party goes on up right up under that, and they got that all over downtown. I mean, they can fit hundreds of people up in there.
Yeah, you're talking about it's like open air. It doesn't really have front doors on it. And downtown in Los Angeles on Wilshire, right across the street from the 7-Eleven in downtown Los Angeles, they got places like that. They got them in New York. They got places like that in LA. And that's what they've already had these things in New York and LA for decades. Okay. Now other cities can just pick and choose the parts or amenities or designs, or because they're already proven. They've been used in other areas. These are proven designs, proven aesthetics, proven architecture, proven businesses, proven business models. And now they just transplant them here. That's all they got to do now. So you all wake up and see just crazy stuff that violates every code violation there is known to man. And yet you're like, who even thought of this? Oh, it's like, if you haven't been in California, if you haven't been in Colorado, if you haven't been in Seattle, if you haven't been in New York, they've had it for years.
Open container liquors everywhere. And it's like they took a parking lot and just put a cover over it.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't want things to be open air, so it's different for them. Now you're starting to see that kind of thing in Tennessee and Nashville, Tennessee. They're just all outdoors, so it's all like open concerts or open music and stuff like that. Eventually, they're going to have those coverings like you all got there now, and like what they've been had in California. Eventually, you'll get there. Well, yeah, because that is the trend of progression. First if it's either going to be all indoors or all outdoors when they started, depending on where you are. And before it's over, it'll look like New York or LA, ultimately, before it's over. If the locals don't assert themselves.
Okay. Yeah, I heard rumors they might be talking about tearing down the George R. Brown Convention Center that's right off 59288 right there. That's different, right by, I forget what you call it, little Discovery Green.
Yeah, give them another reason to build something way bigger and outrageously more expensive. Or it doesn't even have to be more. It doesn't even have to be bigger now, because I think the new Titan Stadium, I think it is, or is it the Titans or the Panthers? Whoever's in the Carolinas. I was seeing the B1M was showing the B1M YouTube channel was showing about their new NFL stadium is going to be smaller than the old one, the one in Nashville. Whoever the hell is playing in Nashville. They're tearing down the Nissan Stadium. They're building a new one, which will actually be smaller. It will seat fewer people, like 10 or 20,000 fewer. Okay, the Titans in Nashville. They're building a new stadium for them, and it'll actually be smaller than it'll be nicer. It'll be completely enclosed, because that's NFL standard today. It'll have a dome, but it's actually going to seat fewer people.
They're going to charge more? Why would they do that?
Because it'll have more. They make money off the complex. Jerry Jones is really the one. Yeah. You and me were there in Dallas back in the 90s when Jerry Jones broke the mold, and the Dallas Cowboys Stadium was no longer a stadium. It was a sports complex. And so Dallas was the one that started the sports complex. It's intended to be a moneymaker year round. So the Dallas Stadium was the first one intended to be a year round moneymaker, which it succeeded. Once he did that, that was it. The dam was broken. So everybody's trying to do the same thing. So you should see it. It's going to have a bunch of design to it and stuff, but it's made to make money off of food, off of merchandise, off of all kinds of things. So it's kind of like being at the airport, to be totally honest. And they want these things to be moneymakers year round. So yeah, they'll have fewer seats. I think it's also because they don't think they can fill up as much, but also because I think they want to allocate their space really for other things that'll make money year round.
Okay, merch. They're going to have a lot of merch there. You know that.
I mean, that, food. Yes, they do have luxury seats and stuff like that, but yeah, and it'll be for more than just football, but I really think they want to do it so that they can maximize its money-making abilities year round. And probably because the city has plans for the old spot that things were on. But really, I mean, just to be totally honest, if you take a look, I mean, I'm not dissing anything. I'm just saying Nashville's never really needed that many seats to begin with. They've never really needed that one. They're probably only going to max it out when the Super Bowl comes through, because they can't host the Super Bowl because they had an open stadium. Now they're going to be able to host one when they get done. But they don't really need that many seats. I'm just letting y'all know. A lot of folks, some of my pro athlete friends disagree with me. Time will tell. But I think that you're going to start seeing I think you're already seeing a diminution in the number of people who want to really get involved in pro sports. And I think you're going to see that continue. I really do think that the 90s to the mid 2000s were really the high point. And I'm not saying that they will quote unquote go away, but I don't see them they're already declining. And they're not going to be these megalith powerhouses that the way we remember it in the 90s and early 2000s. I think that era is over. And I think you're going to see a thinning of the audience for team sports as we've known it.
Because would you say because college football is more popular than in many ways than pro, and now that they're paying them, do you think that kind of undermine the system too?
No, they're both in the same boat. You got fewer people having fewer kids. That was what fueled college football's growth, is moms and dads going to go see their kids play, or somebody knew their kids playing. Fewer kids, fewer college students. Fewer college students, fewer reason or interest to show up at the game unless you're just a big football fan vicariously. What I'm saying is many of the things that were drivers of people's interest in team sports over the last 5 decades, which is really set off by the baby boomers. So notice those two things go together. Here come the baby boomers. They come of age. Next thing you know, here comes college sports, team sports. Many of the factors that were drivers of that, that's what I see diminishing. In addition to the fact, it's become one big bloated thing. Once something becomes too big, the only thing people are going to do is leave. So it becomes very big. There's a bunch of folk here you don't recognize. You don't even know why they're here. Yeah. You don't have as many hardcore football fans as you used to have. You have a whole lot of casuals. It used to be that anybody who was talking about football could tell you everything about this season, last season, the season before that. You don't have that anymore. Gambling is really a problem. It's not on its way to being a problem. It is a full-blown crisis, and it's everywhere. It is the NFL is now dependent on that. ESPN is linked up with gambling. NFL is linked up with gambling. NBA, that's your clue right there that it's no longer the game that is drawing attention and interest. It is these ancillary things. The game used to be the driver of the interest. Now people are either showing up or tuning in to see if their numbers hit. And that's what's driving it now.
Right, because a lot of people don't know, Jason, we from the South, we all know somebody that end up being a professional athlete because that's the culture of the South. And as people move in from different places, then things start, they don't have it's almost like religion to us down here to an extent in many ways. They have big stadiums for high schools, multi-million-dollar complexes for a high school. And you're right, a lot of that's going to start changing.
Well, because getting an NFL contract or an NBA contract was the driver before. So that was what was driving those things, high schools, building stadiums, stuff like that. People tracking these prospects as they went, because the coaches wanted to be hired by the colleges so they could eventually go to the pros, and the athletes were hoping for the same career trajectory. So that's what was driving that. However, things have changed, times have changed, population demographics have changed, and the sports have changed. And I think that people are really in denial of the fact that you've seen the television ratings go down. Okay, but you're also seeing interest go down. You're seeing revenues down. Attendance is down. But worst of all, people's interest in individuals is down. We went from Dr. J to Michael Jordan to Kobe to Shaq, LeBron. You don't have that anymore. We don't have an icon today. LeBron is going on, his career is 20 years old by now? I want to say LeBron's been out there for 2 decades. It's not so much you don't have good players. I mean, you got good players. What you do not have is an icon like that. You don't have that. You don't even have one coming up. And what I'm saying is, but the reason you don't have that is not because of gameplay. It is because of lack of interest. People wanted to see Michael Jordan. They did not want to bet on Michael Jordan. They came to see him, not to bet on him. And what I'm saying is that when you introduce gambling, for those of you who don't know, you can gamble on literally anything about it. You can gamble over what color jersey they're going to be wearing, what color shoes they're going to be wearing, whether or not he's going to make, how many points he's going to make in the first quarter. Forget the whole game, people. You can gamble quarter by quarter. That's literally what it's down to. Hell, you can gamble minute by minute. There's literally no limit. And what I'm saying is that's what's driving a lot of the interest today. To the teenage level. You got the teenagers, gambling among teenagers is a big problem today, by the way.
Real big problem.
Huge problem because it's so available to them. They can get an app on their phones and that's it. They're off to the races. And what I'm saying is you can't take a genuine interest in an athlete when you're only interested in his performance in the first quarter because that's the one you paid for. Yeah. You're looking to make a lick off that first quarter. Then by definition, you don't give a damn what his stats are. You don't care if he practices. You don't care about a championship. You are only concerned about what you came for, which is a quarter or a half, or maybe just this game. No wonder by the time we get to the championship game, the Super Bowl or whatever, the young folk don't even know who the athletes are. They haven't been tracking their numbers. They haven't been tracking their stats. They're not tracking the quality of the athlete. They're only tracking quarter by quarter performance or whatever they're betting on. So the genuine interest in the athletes themselves, following this person, admiring them. You don't admire them. It's like a racehorse. You don't admire racehorses. Anybody who's been to a gambling track for racehorses, Kentucky Derby, you don't care about the horse. Did your horse come in? And literally they can shoot him in the head and turn him into glue as soon as he comes across that finish line. So long as he made the finish line, you literally don't care what happens after that. Yeah, you don't care about the horses. You care about what you paid for. And that's where we are today in professional sports.
Because Roger Staubach, man, you want to know his whole story. He went, I forget, he went to Naval Academy or Army, but this man did his 4 years in the military, then went into the NFL. And Warren Moon, he went to the CFL, came over here and almost broke records over here after spending 10 years over there. And so that doesn't even matter anymore now.
Well, if you're only interested in that, just remember, by that token, you're not interested in the person. You're only interested in whatever they're going to do at that moment.
Gotcha.
So you're not invested in him. You don't want to hear his story. You didn't come for his story. You came for whatever's going to happen in the next 15 minutes. And what I'm saying is, so you don't follow athletes. You just follow wherever your betting edge is.
Bad game. You think there's more corruption than other than Chauncey Billups that's going on?
There's not thing. It's all over the place. He's just one guy caught. And that it didn't start with them. It's been going on the whole time. This has been going on the entire time. Most of them were good enough or organized enough to not get caught. That's the only difference up to this point. But it's not those are just the ones that got caught, man. It's all over the place. Among the athletes, they have a code of silence.
Yes.
But everybody knows it's everywhere.
They call it point shaving.
Folks just look at the hoes, they look at the strippers, they look at dummies getting hoes pregnant. The gambling thing, because the dominant society gets a piece of that. Okay, wink, wink. Nobody talks about that. Nobody covers the news of it. You go get a chick pregnant, and they'll bring you chapter and verse.
Yes.
So it's not accidental. It's everywhere. It will get worse. More folks will get exposed. The sports will suffer. I'm not saying they will go away, but I am saying that the interest and the numbers are going to go down. They're already down. They're already going down now, but look for that to go down more. So why do you need a bigger stadium under those circumstances?
Jason, when they did the Super Bowl on Peacock and these other little Paramount, they keep changing. I said, it's kind of getting bad. And the most exciting part of the game is the halftime show. That's a problem.
Yeah, but they have to make these TV deals because what nobody wants to talk about is the TV deals are supplementing everything else.
Okay.
So the networks are still willing to pay that because that's the only thing that gets people to watch network TV. People only watch network TV for the news and sports. Professor Scott Galloway said that 5 years ago. If sports left television, that would be the end of broadcast TV. So the only reason people tune into broadcast TV really is for news and sports.
That's
it. So that's the TV networks will pay for that simply because the alternative is no audience at all. So they have to pay that. And what it really is a bunch of horse trading amongst folks on the inside. The audiences are online, but the audiences have a different interest. And that's the part that's going to be causing problems now. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Yeah, that's the part that's going to be causing problems here now. That part. Got your heads up for that. All right, folks. I may put a post up for coming up on the end of the year. Maybe for all the ADHD kids. He keep calling ADHD. Okay, if the shoe fits, buy a matching purse. I might put up a post where you all have to say the program with the timestamps. But if there were any callers from this year that you really think are worth reviewing, I need to know the program. Don't tell me, well, remember you call it here, dude. If you can't find them so you can bring them to me, I'm not going to go back and listen through hundreds of programs. So if you want us to review that, if you have some in particular that were your favorites, if you have the program with the date and the timestamps, I'm willing to see about having a program that reviews those. I'm willing to have a program that reviews those, but only if you name the program. Don't there's dummies on my other channel just in the comment section. It's just, ladies, please stop smoking. I need women to stop smoking drugs and stop having babies with their kinfolk.
What? Nigga, what?
Ladies, I need y'all to stop smoking drugs while you're pregnant and stop getting pregnant by your kinfolk, okay? It's just, y'all need to stop that. You got a generation of dummies out here. They don't have reading comprehension. It's bad. It is bad. I gave specific instructions, named the program with the timestamps, and it's just a bunch of dummies talking about that program with the fellow who called in and complained about the girl. Dude, what program, whatever. If you don't know the program or whatever it was, what do you expect me to do? You think you're just going to say that, okay, well, I'll go look it up. No, if it's not worth it to you, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So, yeah. Definitely, if you're interested in that, I may see about putting up a post, and you all can name the program. If you can't name it, don't bother commenting. But if you name the program and the timestamps, I may see about going ahead and taking a look at that and see. And don't just name the stuff I made shorts of or made videos or highlights of there. It's like, okay, we know about those. If you got some others, might be worth taking a look into. In the meantime here, folks, the cost of respect has gone up. I need you all to be on the same page because the baby boomers, they're all on the same page against you. Please understand, the baby boomers and their generation, they are all on the same page against you. Stop deceiving yourself or lying to yourself. They're all in collusion and all in agreement that they need to fight against you, which is why they have so many derogatory things to say about you simply because you're there. You better act right about that. If that's the way folks see you, I suggest you start seeing them the same way. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I guess that's all we really need to do here. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button, click that notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you're not subscribed, check your subscription. If you like tonight's program, join us for the next one. And if you didn't click subscribe, join us next time. See if we can get you to go ahead and subscribe then. If you haven't joined our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every Saturday, 12 noon Central Time. You are more than welcome to join us. Few things in particular here because we got exclusive stuff over there. So some things we'll be doing. We're going to be moving around. we're going to be doing some things and we're going to be moving around. So maybe you'll get to be a part of that. Maybe. We'll see. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program, live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.